Once Buhari died, nobody had the guts to stand up and say that Buhari died. Nobody, you saw him with his mask, with his hold in his neck. Every idiot, all the fools saying, oh, please, can you stop? Can you not see his neck? Can't you see it? The hole of the mask. Can't you see it? Is that a human being? Once the foolish discovered that Nigerians are so cowardly and so foolish, and they use that, if you listen very carefully to El-Rufai, presidency is going to the south. So that way, people can hold very tightly, onto the list of all the journalists so they have to expose the truth. Something with the Fulefus campaign to the president. Do you understand it? That is their game plan. Meanwhile, you must give your account because you don't wish to fight back. And today nobody is fighting back. All of you have exhausted. It is only IPOB who is standing. Only IPOB standing. And they think they can get to us. No, they are mistaken. They are mistaken. They are mistaken. What is going to happen? Do you know what is happening? Do you know how toothless and useless that the Christian Association of the Zoo is? Do you know how hopeless they are? Sometimes I believe that the Kanu chairman was appointed by Benjamin. They put there to destroy Christianity in the zoo. That means that they have put that fool there. You know what they are thinking? Is the Muslims are making laws that are anti-Christian. And the only thing you can do is to say, we are considering legal action. That legal action, is it the same court of law that all the Muslims use the Sharia law to determine cases of the common law? Is that where you're going to go to? You're going to go to Abuja, where the head of the court, High Court, is a Muslim from the north. Head of Supreme Court, Muslim from the north. Head of Supreme Court, Muslim from the north. How do you think you're going? In fact, by the time you file your whatever brief you need to file, they will keep adjourning the case until they implement everything and they take the body over. Britain has their share. They have told they have left the EU. So Britain needs a lot of cash. And that cash can come from the zoo, from sale of oil and gas. And they promise the very thing you want will give to you. Just on a blind eye, give us this place. Let us, you know your servants. Give us this place, let's control it. And then you get anything you want. And that is what's happening today. Even the Christian Association of Nigeria, they only make noise when you criticize them, they start shouting and start talking rubbish. Now, look at the way the cattle rearers have subdued Christianity in the zoo, that Christians are worthless. They are not. They want to go to court to challenge a law. To challenge a law that the Muslims made. This is Nigeria. All of you say one Nigeria. This is the concept of one Nigeria. Then you will never know. You will never find out because you're not intelligent enough, you're not discerning enough to understand the Fulanis and how they play their game of conquest. Go and read their history. Some of you have no history. You don't have any knowledge of it. Go and read how Fulanis have managed with only cattle. Nama. Conquer all those that did conquer in the north part of the zoo. Because people are foolish. And that foolishness now transmitted to our people. But thankfully, or should I say thank Elohim that IPD is here. That's why they have not taken us over. And they will never succeed. They understand. They will never. Every church, once you're registered with CAC, you are finished. And the funny thing is that if you do not register, you close down anyway. That is the price you pay for Nigeria. But your tiny peanut brain cannot understand that. You cannot begin to ask yourself, if the Fulani said they did not want Nigeria to become independent, that the British should continue, how could you think they're not interested? They now want Nigeria to be one. Ask yourself why. Fulani will never support any patriotic act that will favor them. That is something you people don't understand. Everything they're doing is designed to make your lives miserable. These are the things you ought to know. These are the things you ought to understand. And these are the things we're teaching you this very evening. So that the world may know, that mankind may know that we have IPOB and that we're not going anywhere. We are going to match them every step of the way. I want to tell the Fulani Janjaweed, I pray and I tell you that God Almighty in heaven is with IPOB. I am now about to prove it to you that Elohim is with us. You are going to see what's going to happen to you. All of you in our land, looking for who kill, you are about to witness the might, the glory of God upon the lives of those that believe in Him. Now you are about to see. We don't think that all those people that you can see. Now listen, there is a plan to control all the monies going into the top churches. The top churches are targets because this very law by this funny government, they have been exploring ways to bring pastors under their control. Now they have found the means and they have done it. They have done it. They have succeeded in making all of you appear foolish. But thankfully, you have IPOB. You have IPOB, and none of this nonsense is going to happen. It can never ever work. Never ever work. One to support IPOB. But if you pretend and say, oh no, let us try and pull, of course, you will not succeed anyway. Let them pull down IPOB. You are never ever going to succeed. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. These are the things you must understand. Somebody who claims a special assistant to the president of the zoo, the dead Buhari, in whose name they are ruling, says that he supports the death penalty for blasphemy against Islam. And you are in a secular country. You are in a secular state. Sometimes those people understand what Fulani means to thrive is timidity and fear. That is why the great terrorists, they need to terrorize you into submission. But it can't happen with us. The Lord can never happen with us. We are going to show them an example with Enugu State. Enugu, they will learn from Enugu, not to mess with IPOB again. They will learn. Very hard way, of course. They will learn. They will learn. They are the ones who are stealing. That is what the funniest part is. Bring us your audit, but they are the ones who are stealing. Aisha went to go and do shopping in Dubai for a wedding, claiming it's not well. If you gobbled it up, nobody asked her what is your illness. She went to do shopping for somebody's wedding in Dubai. Look at how they are messing up with your brain. Look at how you've turned 200, or she say 130 million people into zombies. Into zombies who cannot reason very well. And once they get you there, anything they like they can do. Believe me, they can decide to put a goat up as your present. And then you say, of course, we welcome it. That tells you all you need to know about your stupidity and your hopelessness. But thankfully I say we are here. And we won't even allow you to become as hopeless as you will get to be. Never. Senate uncovers multi-billion naira fraud in NTA. Who is in charge of NTA? Minister of Information. Who is that person? Lai Mohammed. These are the people saying, oh, Jonathan Jim was corrupt. Look, multi-billion, it is here. It's headline news. Senator, multi-billion fraud. You people, are you not tired of all this fraud everywhere? Are you not tired of the level of criminality going on in the zoo? Are you people not tired of the killings? Are you not tired of the indigenous populations being displaced by people from the Sahel? You people are not tired. And that's why you're... And because they have noticed that you're so foolish and so cowardly, that is why they can now go to your church. Those places you think nobody can touch, they have now touched it. They have not gone to your church. Now you know why killing people. Now you know why they're killing IPOB. Now you understand. To see if they can intimidate us into being afraid so we won't do anything. Do you also understand it now? Do you see how they behave? Do you see how they listen? Do you see their mindset how they operate? What they have their settlements, illegal settlements in the forest. And they're thinking, if we keep saying IPOB, they are the only ones who can save them. If we keep demonizing them, maybe and doing affiliates as we go along. And those affiliates, God is our witness, we can never forgive them. Now that Abana has been raised in Enugu, anyone that comes into Enugu has to down. Any affiliate doesn't matter. Take the affiliate down in order, direct order. We will hunt them down, all of them after the other. They are the ones that want our future to be the future of the Hausa and the Mazi. They are the ones that want our future to be like that of the southern Kaduna. They want our life to be as miserable as those who are in plateau, those whose lands have been taken over. These are the fools every blessed day. You hear them whining and talking, you don't understand. It is the full and broad them. All the power do the world. These are the people that their mothers had to go and meet these people to be able to get mulatu to eat. They don't get to these idiots. They bet to them. They want us to come down so that their fathers can come to our villages and take over our land. Show them the pictures of all the places that have been taken over. Of course, some of them no longer exist anyway, and they won't exist. That thing they want to do to them, the land is our own. It is ours. As I said, the mistake that we made was not to continue to fight the war. After 1970, we should have continued. Maybe 6 more months, and would have been a few people today. They are stealing. They are the ones stealing. They are the corruption. They are the ones who are stealing. People are blind. They see it. Nobody will rise up and ask, all this multi-billion naira friend, NTA, like Mohammed, you are NTA chief. What happened to this money? What happened to it? They can never tell you. They are eating the money. I'm telling you that we need to monitor your churches. We must monitor them. That's how they deceive all of you. That is how they deceive all of you. They are going to have elections. As Sheikh Nnamdi quite rightly said, that even the coup in Mali is more peaceful than elections in Israel. Every time you go through the same rubbish, the same violence, the same region, the same garbage, the same fool and putting whoever they want in power. Every time they do it, every time all of you claim your legal luminous, your learned, your elite, your leaders, you say all this nonsense, you keep quiet because all of you are compromised. But IPOE is uncompromisable. That is why we speak the truth the way it is. That is why we are who we are. Okay, you can't buy us. What do you have to buy us? You're gone out, we are not afraid. Come to us. We have come to the work that Elohim in heaven asked us to do. And nobody, absolutely nobody, is going to stop us. It doesn't matter who you are. You can't stop us. We are now at the top of the hour. And before we bring this very program to a close, I have an announcement to make. From now, with immediate effect, and I want you always to issue a memo to that effect as well. Tari Nemi is now the new entire Nigerian coordinator. The whole team, Tari Nemi, is the whole coordinator from tonight. Everything about the zoo now goes through him. Tari Nemi is the zoo coordinator from tonight. Everything passes to him. I have getting some reports about some people who are now saying they are no longer, that they are Nyoma, and Nyoma is no longer Igbo. All the work we have done over the years, that Nyoma is no longer Igbo. Just say we don't get you. Pray very seriously. It seems to me that some people, they wake up one day and madness goes inside them and they start to talk and behave like idiots. Igbo is Biafra land, and Nyoma is Igbo. You cannot change it. Even the name and Nyoma itself is Igbo. We discuss this with brothers over and over again. There are some idiots, as I keep saying all the time. As the Fulani gentlemen, you are sweeping through with the Front Army of Muhammad, they were impregnating idiots along the way and they went back to rubbish. If you don't know who you are, please go to Katsina and stay there. If you don't know who you go to Katsina and stay there. I understand there is a group, two groups, you call the Nyomis and Nyoma that, where idiots are messing up and doing all manner of rubbish. Then we don't catch you. Most people. That remains tonight, right now, with immediate effect. Entire you. What do you do? I expect everybody to be loyal to you. If you're not, you'll be removed. That's who we are. We have gone into a very delicate phase of this very struggle. I have no time for dissent, no time for rubbish. No, we are not in a democracy. Command and control. You cannot do your job, you get out. Command and control. That's what it is. We have succeeded so far, and we are going to succeed until we get the finished part, which is our freedom. On that note, we bring our position. And in fact, lest I forget, our Abia State Coordinator. Our Abia State Coordinator plays very, very important. Very, very important. People, 7 IPOB family members abducted at Umuagara. The Nigerian police in Abakaliki abducted 7 people. I hope Britain is listening. Abducted 7 people. 7 people abducted. We also know what to do there. We will also take them as well. So when they release our people, we also release their own. It's as simple as that. They are trying to ferment trouble and they will get it. This trouble they are looking for, them to get it. 7 people abducted for no reason. That is where they operate. Abia State Coordinator is no longer interim. Substantive coordinator. Abia State Coordinator. Substantive from tonight. Substantive. Anything he says goes in Abia State. It's as simple as that. On that note, to bring tonight's program to an end, our enemies are intensifying. So must we all now. All of us must now intensify. We have gone into that very phase that I said we're going to come into within 2 weeks. I told you it will happen. It has happened. We are now entering that phase. No IPOB gathering in any state for the time being until we finish the work we do there. Very, very important piece. And every Fulani settlement in the forest can no longer exist. As simple as that. Is that enough? I thank you all very much for listening this very evening. And as always, do not forget that to most of you, this Biafra we seek may come to some of you as a nation, some as a country, some as agitation, or however you wish to interpret it. Some may even say Biafra of the mind will come past that useless phase now. We are in the Biafra of the physical to make it manifest in our time by the grace of the Almighty in heaven. That is why to us, Biafra is much more than all of these things. To us, it is a religion. And here on Radio Biafra is where we worship, because Elohim Chukwukadaba is our God. From me, on a very, very sad day, not minding I will say anything.
Here comes the time. The whole wide world will welcome the rising sun. Here comes the time for everyone to see that what will be. This is the time for you and I to stand together as one. Yeah, they will know. The sun is rising from east to west, from north to south. Can't you see the sun is rising? All your ways you fly and be proud of who you are, because the sun is rising. We're shining so bright all over the world. We are the sun, we are rising. We spent our lives simply in a mystery. Never gonna trade our freedom with any mystery. It's affecting our soul and it's killing us so slow. With what we've been through, we are far from being good, but we are blessed by Chukwukadaba. So we're never gonna give up. You're the light in the wind of the tunnel. We shine so bright all time. The whole wide world will embrace us. Nobody can stop us, nobody can cage us, nobody can stand us, yeah. They will know. The sun is rising from east to west, from north to south. Can't you see the sun is rising? All your ways you fly and be proud of who you are, because the sun is rising. We're shining so bright all over the world. We are the sun, we are rising. The windows and curtains, green lights be revealing. When I think about how blessed we are, goosebumps all over my body. Sunrise to the cloud side. Black friends for some great strife. Flashes upon flashes, many lives come to ashes. When I ponder one reminisce, the actions I see malice. Blood on the ground, this is how we fly. Our beautiful flag, all around the world. Blood on the ground, this is how we fly, our beautiful flag, all around the world. We go carry the cross together, we walk through to Zion, the sun will rise. How do we feel the from east to west, from north to south, you can see the sun is rising. I still wave your flag all over the world, because the sun is rising. Still shining so bright all over the world. We are the sun, we are rising. You know, the sun is rising. We can fly anywhere you want. The sun is rising. Freedom, yeah. We are the sun rising. Oh yeah. Here comes the time. The whole wide world will welcome the rising sun. Here comes the time for everyone to see that what will be, will be. This is the time for you and I to stand together as one. Yeah. They will know. The sun is rising. From east to west, from north to south. Can you see the sun?
Great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this planet, we welcome you to another very sober edition of Radio Biafra Live Presentation this very evening, the 23rd day, Sunday the 23rd of August in the year of our Most High Elohim 2020. The time now is precisely 4 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. I would say that I welcome you because regardless of the prayer of David reminds us all the time in good, we worship the Most High Elohim Chukwu. In bad, we also offer him praise because he is the author and the finisher and the giver of life. This very evening, as I welcome you, we must also ponder and reflect upon those that the zoo rather very crudely and unceremoniously brought their lives to an end in an unprovoked attack. Our hearts go out to them, to the entire family of IPOB, to their loved ones who are left mourning and bereaved. And very sadly, we have to report this evening that as we are here broadcasting to the entirety of humanity, the slaughter and the mayhem is still going on there. The terrorists that they actually gave their police and army uniforms to are busy killing and slaughtering people. Then we must observe our protocol. We must, as a duty, acknowledge those who are listening right across the surface of this very planet, because Radio Biafra is listened to by all and sundry, regardless of where you are. As long as you have an internet-enabled device, you should and ought to be able to listen to us. For those of you who are at home and for some parts of Lagos, you should be listening to us on FM at this precise moment, especially those who are around our Papa area. We are also on satellite. We are on Radio Biafra app, but more critically, or should I say more importantly, on IBOB Community Radio. The whole world is listening. I will therefore encourage each and every one of you, especially those who are listening live on my page on Facebook, to do all you can to disseminate this very information. I do know there are some restrictions in place, but Facebook will not allow people to share this very broadcast. But if you do all you can, those of you who are allowed to make sure that this very link gets to the end of this very earth, because our broadcast this evening is very important. We need the key stakeholders on this very planet to listen and to listen very carefully. But all the same, I must say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, regardless of where you are. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of IPOB all over the world, indigenous people of Biafra, by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, the servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. And as it is customary with us here, we must pray. We must hand over every step, every proceeding, every undertaking to the capable hands of the Most High Elohim, to take direct control, especially this very evening, as our people are being needlessly killed by the terrorists who are in uniform. And we must pray. It is a prayer from the very holy book of Torah that we pray this evening to the hearing of the whole of humanity. For when the house of Israel went out of Egypt, as we are about to leave the zoo, this house of Jacob from a people of strange language, as we are embarking on this very critical effort to abandon the damnable zoological republic, a strange land created by the British for the habitation of those who can barely reason very well. We call upon thee because this blessed land of Biafra is the sanctuary of the God of the ancients. Because Biafra has been chosen to bring light to the darkness that is the continent of Africa. Because the sea saw the children of Israel and fled, the same way our enemies will see us and they will flee. The mountains will jump from their places. Every tongue that rose or wagged against this divine project will be cut off and driven back to its truth. For the earth is about to tremble. For they shall know that this very God we worship, the one and only indivisible God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, unto whom every glory, every exaltation, and every adoration belongs, that this same God has a presence in our lives, that Biafra must be restored very imminently, and that the gates of hell shall not prevail over those who are chosen to do the will of Almighty God in heaven. This very family, this very IPOB is blessed. And though we have lost men this very day, not through any fault of our own, but due to the unprovoked homicidal tendencies of the enemy, that you, God in heaven, will look upon our plight and have mercy upon us. Redeem us from the hands of these evil people, that this same Biafra that you decreed must exist in peace, in freedom and in harmony, will come to be in our time, and we pray this very year to the glory of your name, now and forevermore. You say, usually I make it a point of duty to ask people to bring their pen and their paper with them when they come to us. Today is not going to be an exception. In fact, I would even say that today is more important than most days, because I would need people to come with their pen and paper to note down all the facts, to be able also to interrogate all the points we are going to raise, and of course to hold the zoo responsible for the needless slaughter and mayhem that took place in MNA today. I will start by paraphrasing what somebody wrote. His name is Uche Okoye. Uche Okoye wrote and said, "This provocation of our people by the Nigerian police will be met with greater resistance. Shooting unarmed people, while you pardon terrorist groups like Boko Haram. Enough of these senseless killings. The Nigerian police must be stopped from shooting our people. The killing of IPOB family members in Enugu by the Nigerian police today is an act of calculated provocation, and it is getting out of hand. They cannot continue to come to our land to spill blood. We are no longer going to tolerate it. Those of them who are funding the police in our land, giving them Hilux vans, those of them donating their land to the police in our land, in the blessed land of Biafra, must stop from this night. From today, anybody who gives any donation to the police will be seen as an enemy of the people. Anybody who gives money to the police will be seen as an enemy of the people, because the Zoo police and their army only showcase their strength in our land. The videos are bound, and I want those videos to be posted on my wall on Facebook to alert the world to the barbarism and crude reality of the existence of Biafran people in the British-created Zoological Republic. They cannot fight Boko Haram. They say they do not have men. A few days ago, Lai Mohammed said that they do not have weapons. They were begging the world to give them weapons. And all these years we've been doing our best to alert the world to the danger that portends that giving arms to the Nigerian army or their police means arming terrorists. There is no difference between the Nigerian police and the Nigerian army. There is no difference between these two arms of government and Boko Haram, ISIS, and Saru, and also Fulani bandits. There is no difference. They are the same people. For those of you who are hard at hearing, the job of the Nigerian army today, the Fulani Janjaweed army, is to intimidate, to frighten us. It is to make us turn to lily-livered cowards, to pave the way for the overrun of our land by terrorists from heaven knows where. I want people to document what I have to say, especially the British government who are listening via the embassy, what should I say, the High Commission in Abuja. We also want to let the EU understand this, and also the government of the United States of America, that this very provocation today is part of a long-held plan by the Fulani Janjaweed to intimidate us into submission, so that the terrorists will come in to overrun our land. Today, for those who are very good at turning truth upside down, what obtained today in MNA in Enugu is as simple as this. People, we are gathered in an area where you have churches. They went there to pray and to worship on a Sunday, which they have been doing over the years. And without warning, the police came. It was a fenced compound. The police came with DSS and started knocking on the door, banging very furiously and loudly on the gate. The gate was padlocked. As they were knocking, somebody came out to open the gate to inquire what the problem was. And they grabbed hold of him. And when people left the prayer that they were conducting to come and inquire from the police what happened, as always and without provocation, they opened fire on unarmed civilians. The same thing they did to us in National High School in Aba. The same thing they did to us during Trump rally in Iguacha. The same thing they did to us at Mpo. The same thing they did when they came to my house. The same thing they have been doing all over the place in Owerri. The same thing they did in Onitsha. They have done it in Enugu before. And the question is, why is it that the Nigerian army and police find it so, should I say, normal to open fire on Biafran people anytime they see them? The question you need to ask yourself is this: where did police go to go and look for these people that they were killing today? Was there any provocation in Enugu? Was there any robbery anywhere? Was there any protest by anybody anywhere? The police consciously left their barracks or their station or wherever they were to go and kill innocent people. To say exactly what led them to a peaceful gathering of people who were praying and to open fire on them. The question I have to ask is, will such a thing happen in Arewa North? The answer is no. Will such a thing even happen in Yoruba land, Duduwa land? The answer is no. Will this indiscriminate slaughter of innocent people happen anywhere else? Of course, the answer is no. And do you know why they keep doing it and getting away with it? Because when they killed us at Mpo, there was no reprisal, nothing happened. No inquiry. Amnesty spent time compiling their report and nothing came of it. They killed us during Trump rally, Solidarity rally in Iguacha. Nothing happened. They came to my house and they slaughtered and nothing happened. Of course, with the active connivance of some politicians and those that call themselves elders. For the simple fact that those who claim to wield political power, as a result of years of compromise, as a result of years of starving the Janjaweed, that their people are being killed on a regular basis, but they would dare not rise up to say anything. They're all cowardly. You can see the result and the consequences of it. Because we do not control the mainstream media in Nigeria, because Britain would like to see us slaughtered and killed, nobody will talk about it. Have you noticed today that nobody wants to talk about this very heinous crime of man against man? People were praying exactly what happened at National High School in Aba. People gathered praying. They went to lie to BBC that the people praying that they were armed, that the police came and they opened fire. They don't know all these things. We have them on tape. They were videoed. The mayhem and the massacre is all over the place on social media because the Shia people are killed and nothing happens. Buratai was responsible for the slaughter of over 1,000 Shia civilians in Kaduna and nothing happened to him. The powers that be, those are called the forces of neocolonialism, they protected him. Those that want the corrupt entity called Zoo, Nigeria, to continue, they protected him. Today, again, in the morning, they killed Shia again in Kaduna, and nothing will come of it. But we have the American Embassy in Abuja, we have the British High Commission, the EU is there, the UN is there. They can see all these things. Nobody will ever ask those in Asarok. Nobody will ask the Fulani Police Commissioner in Enugu State, what did these people do that you went to go and kill them today? Nobody will ask that question. Because some people somewhere want Biafrans to be wiped off the face of the earth. Them with their Ifulefu bloodline that they gave to us in our land. I want somebody to ask the police today, you left your barracks, you left your police station to go to a private compound to go and kill people. What did they do to you? Did anybody report any disturbance? Was there any robbery going on anywhere? Why would the police show this level of force in Biafra land when they cannot do the same in the north? Where we have no terrorist group in our land. Look at the way they are killing us. The same Fulani people with 6 terrorist groups, they formed and they formed 6 groups. They are the ones with army and police uniform coming to our land that is peaceful to kill us. And Britain is quiet. The EU is quiet. The US ambassador is quiet. Everybody is quiet. They've all gone deaf and dumb. I challenge any zoo journalist. I challenge anybody anywhere in the world with conscience to come out in the open and tell the world in what way, or should I say in which way, IPOB provoked the police in Enugu today. You will find there is none. The police left and DSS, they left their offices and their barracks to go and look for people to kill. Do you know why they do that all the time? Because we are not armed. They do it all the time because there is no reprisal. They do it all the time because we are not terrorists. They do it all the time because they understand that we subscribe to the school of peaceful agitation. But from today onwards, I'm saying it loud and clear that the world may hear me very well. Because if we do nothing, believe you me, anytime they see a group of young Biafran men walking on the street, they open fire on them. They know that the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway media will cover them because Chinedu wants to be the president. So they will do everything to cover up this very story. The relentless slaughter of the innocents going on. Terrorists are busy killing. The police and the army are also busy killing in Biafra land, killing innocent people. And what I want our people to understand today is this: if we fold our hands and keep quiet, they will kill all of us. It is something they've been planning to do for a very long time. And Britain will support them. I want you to understand this. Britain will always support them. That is why there will be no report going to London from Abuja regarding these senseless killings today. There will be none. There will be none. It is that there is this grand global conspiracy to kill off the Biafran people, to exterminate the Igbo race. The same thing that the Jews went through in Europe. Where these things are coming from, I do not know. That people can no longer pray in peace. All of you saw it, how they were posting. These are the same police people that were redeployed, that were deployed to Borno, and they were crying. They cannot fight. But they specialized in the brutal murder and slaughter of unarmed, innocent civilians. You can now understand why Facebook is suppressing everything that we are doing. People do not understand the depth of this conspiracy against us. And until we recognize it and rise up to say enough is enough, these killings will continue. And bearing that in mind, I have a few announcements to make this very evening. From today onwards, today is the 23rd, if I'm not mistaken, of August, Sunday the 23rd of August, 2020. From today onwards, I want people to listen to me very carefully. From today onwards, anywhere the Nigerian Army, the police or the DSS, or any of the numerous Fulani-sponsored terrorists is involved in the killing of any unarmed civilian in Biafra land, we will kill them too. That thing they're looking for, they will get it. And let me remind the zoo of one thing. You have 6 terrorist groups in the north ravaging and killing at will. The worst mistake you can ever make is to try to come to Biafra land to fight a full-blown war. Because your land will be taken over by terrorists. When you go back, you will have nothing. For those of you from the Middle Belt, that your children are serving in the zoo police, in the Nigerian police or the army, involved in the killing of IPOB family members, I want to assure you that you will bury your own very, very soon. That is an assurance. I'm saying it so that the world can hear me. And I'm saying all these things because I wish they can be so foolish enough, or that any fool anywhere, any idiot anywhere will be so foolish enough to pick me up on this, to say this was what you said. That day I will tell you how upset I am. So all of you want us to keep quiet until they finish killing all of our young men and women. Then you'll be very happy. People talk about peaceful agitation, Martin Luther King, Mahatma Gandhi and all the rest of them. Martin Luther King was dealing with white people who are reasonable, people who have conscience. Same as Gandhi. Mandela was fighting against, more or less, apartheid was very awful, but against white people who can sit back and take stock of their actions. They have conscience. In the zoo, as in most other black African countries, we are dealing with demons, people without a soul, people without conscience. You don't do peaceful agitation where there are people without a soul. They don't have any soul. They have no being in them. They are killers and murderers. The only language to understand is force. This evening, I am signifying my intention to raise the banner and letting them know. Now, if the killings were to continue in Enugu tonight, we are going to kill police and army people in Enugu. They are going to go into a war they can never win. If illiterate, poorly educated Boko Haram can give them problems, imagine what we can do to them, an army of volunteers. I am saying it so that the world can hear it loud and clear. That if we allow what obtained today to continue, there will come a time when there will be no Biafran under the age of 30 in our land. They will kill everybody, as they wanted to do after the war. And groom Ifulefus instead. Any day you kill our people, if you like, try us, you will see. If you kill us in Enugu tonight, For each person you kill, 100 of you will die. They may not find your corpse. I'm telling them so they know. Your corpse will not be found. Then you will die. In Enugu, you will die there. All of you will die there. Because you've done nothing to you. Absolutely nothing. People are praying and you're killing them. What for? Are we at war? Did we go to war with anybody? Why is it that people who claim to have conscience, people who claim to go to church, that is why I keep saying all the time, that is why God abandoned black people, because they are very wicked. It's a very wicked and evil race. I say it without apology to anyone. A race that cannot reason very well. In what way did people that gathered were praying? How did they offend the Nigerian government? How? Can somebody please explain that to me? How? All they do is to lie, to fabricate lies, to go to run to the media and to start lying. That was what Lai Mohammed taught them. To lie and to deceive, to propagate falsehood. But I'm telling them it's not going to wash with us. What we are saying and we keep saying is this. For every Biafran you kill, 100 of you will die. So for the idiots who will rise up tomorrow to say, oh, there is insecurity, there is problem everywhere, I want you to understand the game plan of the Fulani. They intimidate with their army and their police, and their terrorists will come in to invade. That's what they're doing. What they're doing is to soften us up so that our land can be taken over, but it's not going to happen. It will not happen, and they know it's not going to happen. Today in Enugu, just is a little taste of what we can do when you provoke us. And I'm sure they are by now, they must have understood it. And this evening I'm giving the order. Wherever any Biafran is shot dead, I expect the police and the army in that place to be killed. We outnumber them, so they can't kill all of us. We outnumber them in our own land. We know the terrain. So the reason why I'm saying is so that the idiots who will be writing their epistles for compromised newspapers tomorrow, so that they understand the genesis of the problem. Because if I allow these people, they will kill all of us. Because if you allow them and say, oh, we are being very peaceful, they will come to their senses. They get worse and worse and worse and worse. We are not going to allow that to happen. Not anymore. They are going to bury their own dead as well. That is if they can find them. Because I will make sure they will not find them. That thing the world is looking for from Biafrans, now they are going to get it. They are going to get it. And I am giving our people only 8 weeks. Only 8 weeks. Anybody who comes to any checkpoint and gives them money again in Biafra land after 2 months, God will punish you. You see all these Fulani idiots with their roadblocks in our land. In 8 weeks' time, we will not give them one dime. If they like, let them stop our vehicle from going where it's going for a day or 2 or 3. So be it. The same nonsense doesn't happen in the north. The same level of killings and intimidation we have in our land does not happen in the north. And they think we value life so much that they can do whatever they like to us and we'll keep quiet. But not us and not beside POB. We are going to remain visible. We will fly our flag every blessed day. But what I'm saying, because of what is happening in Enugu right now, I am suspending every IPOB family meeting in Enugu State. Let us deal with this people. Because this nonsense is too much. They think because we kept quiet we cannot do anything. That's what you see how foolish they are. That was why they killed Muhammad Yusuf and Boko Haram became violent. Boko Haram was peaceful before. Is this some useless police that caused Boko Haram to become violent? But when you hear people talk about Boko Haram, they start the story from the bottom. Because Nigerians, those niggers created by Britain, they are evil people, they are evil, they support evil, and evil will consume them. It's an order to the whole of volunteer command in every state. We have work to do in Enugu State, so I'm suspending all IPOB family meetings in Enugu State. Everybody involved in today's shooting, the head of SARS and all the rest of them, we are going to hunt them down, all of them, one after the other. That thing that will happen in the next 6 years, let it happen this 2020. You know what I told you about the next 2 weeks being very pivotal? You know what I told you about 2020? They are the ones now forcing our hand. And they are going to get it. We will bury our own, but you will not see your own to bury. You won't find them. There is a snake in local language called Akege. Go and find out what it is. We own our land. You people are visitors into our land, including the idiot who claims he's the police commissioner in Enugu State. You came to our land to kill our people for no reason. Your people are the terrorists. Fulani are the people in Boko Haram. They are the ones in Ansari. All of you are the ones who are doing your banditry in the north. All of you are the ones killing Western people in southern Kaduna. All of you are the ones in ISIS. All of you are the ones in Al Qaeda. You are the ones in Minyeti Yala Fulani headsmen. All of you. You abandoned the north to confront your own demons. You came down to the east to kill innocent people. For agitating for their freedom, something they have the right to do. Because you have all the guns. You think you have all the guns and all the firepower. Look at him posing, jumping from hillocks, posing against unarmed civilians. The day will come out armed. You will not be jumping, you will be crawling on the floor. You see that posing, you're posing, jumping from hillocks, pointing your guns, knocking on doors and arresting people. When the real problems are, you'll be crawling. You'll be crawling on the ground. I'm saying it so that because our people are very funny. They want to be told everything. They want to be told, they want to be taken, to be carried along. That's what they say. They want to hear every secret. Now we're making it very, very open. Anywhere the police or the army, I don't care what sort of drugs they're on, anywhere they kill a civilian from today, we will revenge, we will retaliate. For those of you that prefer to write to foreign governments asking them not to allow me to come in, come and cut out these bits of my broadcast and send it to them as well.
Chukwu okike onye obiọma sị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo oke mmụọ oke mmụọ oke mmụọ oke mmụọ oke mmụọ oke mmụọ mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye elu tetenụ n'ụra tetenụ n'ụra tetenụ n'ụra tetenụ n'ụra asị m n'ọnwa unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme ime ọsị m nọ ya nọ n'etiti unu taa ọsọ unu binye enu n'oge akara aka eluo mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị nwanyị na-ebe asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị amambara asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị osimiri Njaba asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị ọgba asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị m gị binye oke arụsị na n'ike o juru nwaanyị aga anị asị m gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo igirigi ọgụ mmụọ asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na Chijireji efola asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na Chijireji efola nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike ọya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi ọhamadike bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ya bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya asị m unu binye n'isi ya nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike napụta ya na Eke napụta ya n'Orie napụta ya na Afọ napụta ya na Nkwọ asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu ga-anapụta Nnamdi Kanu na Eke, napụta ya n'Orie, napụta ya n'Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ. Asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma, ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lacha. Chukwu okike abịa ama onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị Eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na Eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, Eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe, Oke ga-eketara ya ndụ, Oke ga-eketara ya Biafra, Oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe, Oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọ kwara ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwensu? Asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị iro ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra. Na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi a ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m ọbịara igbu Nnamdi Kanu bụ onwe ya. Onye sị na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye sị na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha. Osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye sị na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya dịka ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ maazị Nnamdi Kanu aka, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe, asị m ikuku futuo gị. Anya ọbụla fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla, asị m alịla akọ ya n'anya. Onye fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya, ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya, maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị. Chukwu okike abịa ama, asị m na mberede nyiri dike mberede ka ọ ji amawa dike. Asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose, ọ dadị ukwu ose enu. Na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka. Ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu. Na ọkwara nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama afụ ya anya. Asị m na-eje anaba isi ije. Asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana. Asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne. Inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwa iyi. Asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi anaghị agwụ agwụ. Maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri, ọ bụla eje nkụ. Asị m na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri. Asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo. Asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere. Asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Ya kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Ya tụnye ugo, ga nye ya mmeri, ga nye ya mmeri, ga nye ya mmeri. Tụnye ugo n'elu ugo, nye ike n'elu ike, nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ. Ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na-efufe. Unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin, onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo n'ofufe. A sị na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ. Ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka ha nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo, ka ha nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra, ka ha nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ, ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ, ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ. Mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri, ndị nwe ikuku, ndị nwe anyanwụ, mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra. Asị m unu binyenu, asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a, ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a, ọkwa na unu ga-aga bụori ahịa, ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule. Asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ. Eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo, mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo, asị m unu binye, maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri, onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu. Nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta. Onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri. Onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ. Onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya. Asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa, mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ. Asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya. Asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eri nnu, asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee rie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama.
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 22nd day of March 2023. I hereby welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform, because this is our rallying point where we worship. This is where it all started. and Radio Biafra, we must continue in order to talk about our liberation. Radio Biafra will continue to dispense both mental and physical emancipation, because this is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started. For you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. You will never know the truth without hearing it. And hearing the truth alone doesn't make you to be free. No. You have to know it. How do you know? You ask questions. You make researches. And from there, you start being enlightened, because when you know the truth, your brains will be illuminated. That is the time that the truth will set you free. That is what we want to achieve. Because genuine physical liberation starts from mental emancipation. That is the truth about it. You can never be genuinely free without mental freedom. It is impossible. It's just like the independence, African independence, flag independence. They were kind of physical flag freedom, but they retained the colonialists. The Europeans are still controlling African governments.
We'll be looking
through the shadows. Why? Because we are physically free without being mentally free. We retained the tools of that colonialism without unshackling it. That is why Africa is backwards. Remember, India was colonized. But today, India is free, and free indeed. Do you know why? Because they never retained the colonial tools. India never retained the colonial borders. India never retained the colonial religion. Never. That is why they are free. They are both physically and mentally free. Have you ever seen or heard of India election and the British, their ancient colonial masters? Or because India was colonized the same way African countries were also colonized. Have you ever heard a British High Commission or High Commissioner in India, in Delhi, going around telling Indians that there is diversity, there is strength in diversity. Telling India that they need to continue holding together as one country. Have you ever heard of one India before? No, the answer is no. Because they retained who they are. They retained who they were, despite being physically colonized. But they removed the shackles of colonialism from themselves. They retained their values. They retained their tradition. They retained their natural identity. That is why they are free. That is why you can go to India and they are doing well. You can go to medical vacation in India. Do you see the difference? In our own case, Africa retained everything the colonial masters brought. I say everything. From religion to language to everything. The borders, the colonial borders set up in Africa. How do you think that you can be free? Until we remove ourselves from the shackles of colonialism. Some people think that it is impossible. No. It's very tedious journey, difficult, but not impossible. I used to say it. The journey to real freedom is a heinous one, very tedious, very cumbersome. On a bumbu, you have to sacrifice or pay the ultimate price. It is not something impossible. We have a report that some of our FM stations in Biafra land is talking another thing, whereas our app is saying another thing. Please, I want people to confirm to me if you are in Biafra land listening to my voice. I want you to confirm to me that my voice is coming out through our FM, because we are live here, live and direct. Today is the 22nd day of March 2023. Tata Bobo Chiorie. Being Wednesday, please. I want people from any part of Biafra land, you can just inbox me, please, through either WhatsApp or Signal, that yes, it is okay that my voice is coming out through our FM, radio frequency modulations, CHK 102.1 in different parts of Biafra land, please. I want people, if you are listening to my voice live, please inbox me through WhatsApp. Do not call. Just tell me, yes, we are hearing your voice. Even that you are hearing my voice in via FM. I want people to confirm. I want people to confirm, because we have a report that the FM in Biafra land is saying, transmitting another thing which is not live, whereas our IPOB community radio is transmitting another, is saying, streaming us live, different from FM, or FM different from our community radio. Please, I want people to confirm by inboxing me on my WhatsApp. You can also hear us through multiple channels via the internet. We have Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE on Facebook, please. Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, it is live. Please, you can hear us live through Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE. I see somebody writing yes. I don't know what yes means. I know it's from Biafra land, the number. Please clarify. Are you listening through the FM and say the voice is coming out clear through our FM? Please, I need clarification, because if you write yes, I don't understand what yes means. Some others are sending voice notes. I don't know. You cannot be listening to voice notes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brother from Onisha, that the FM is streaming my voice live. Udo Derege, we are live and direct. Therefore, you have no excuse not to listen to our voice through our FM in Onisha, in Aba, in every other part of Biafra land, Allah included. You are hearing my voice today. We are here live and direct. Today being the 22nd day of March 2023. Therefore, we must continue. Yes, 103.1 is clear in Anambra State. Ndewo Mazi Udodriono. Therefore, we must continue preaching the gospel of emancipation, that gospel of freedom. All those things that you are not allowed to hear on the mainstream media and other places, this is what we expose here. We don't pity ourselves. Do you understand? You know, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started by insulting everybody, including himself. We don't pity ourselves. That is why we are where we are today. We are sick and tired of this hypocritical praises. Black is beautiful. Black is this. We are no. If black is really beautiful, we should be as developed as others. All those ingredients that are wearing us down, that are bringing us down from being developed, from being like others, is what we are exposing here. It is the bitter pill. I don't need to call, please. Don't call. Do not call. I say do not call. Some people are trying to call on direct line. Please, from Biafra land, I suppose. But I have gotten the confirmation I needed. Therefore, we are here live and direct. Our leader remains Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon, suffering for you and I. He is not suffering because of any crime he committed. He is not there because he committed one crime or the other. No. He is not there as a criminal. He is illegally detained because he is championing the freedom of his people, Biafrans. Because he ventured into where angels are afraid to tread their foot. He entered there boldly. And that is why he was renditioned. And mind you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been released by the Nigerian Court of Appeal since the 13th day of October 2022. How many months now? Since 5 months now. 5 months plus. And Nigeria being a lawless country, a lawless enclave, they don't obey their court order. They don't respect their institutions. That is why in Nigeria, somebody is bigger than the law. Some people are bigger than the law. Court doesn't mean nothing. Court verdict doesn't mean anything to them. But we are here trying to change the narratives. Before I continue, because I'll be today honestly as brief as I could. Do not forget that on Friday, come Friday, being the 24th, after tomorrow, Mazi Chinedu will be here hosting with me on this program in an interactive session. Do not miss the program by 7:30 p.m. PT, Biafra time. Mazi Chinedu will be on an interactive session with me here on this hallowed platform. Very hallowed, sanctified, revered. Reverend. Here, just a title. Here, this platform set up by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the real reverend platform. Over the reverend. You buy title, you go and school and get title. Here is the real sanctified platform where it all started. Therefore, as I said, do not miss the Friday program with Mazi Chinedu. It will be as authentic as usual. Before I go into just the topic of my submission today, collectivity. I want to talk just a little bit about collectivity. I want to We'll read some few news headlines. Just very few. 2 or 3 news headlines. Nigerian President-elect Tinubu leaves for Europe for medical care after falling ill over election build-up. That is today's news. March 22, 2023. As you see how they start, he's going there, he's telling you medical, which means he's entering in a country that has no Medicare. Do you see that? Have you ever had an Indian Prime Minister going abroad for medical trip? Have you ever had? This man is going there in order to update his handlers, for them to tell him what to do. You people, Nigerians, you are in a bigger mess than you can imagine. You are in a bigger mess. You people don't even know. In a cage. He's going on a medical vacation, medical trip. Yes. Something that is coming is bigger than you. Do you see the warnings of Pastor Bosun? We continue playing it here. And also the military intelligence officer, high-ranking military intelligence officer that you used to hear on Radio Biafra talking. Is it Olawomi something? I have talked about him several times. That some people in Nigeria want Nigeria Islamized. It's not only Islamization, it's Fulanization. From Buhari entered and headsmen were on the rampage. Fulani terrorists from every corner. Today, now, because there will be attack every corner. Every corner. What Britain has played, they managed to pitch the Yoruba against the Igbos for nothing. For us to be fighting. This is why I say, human being is God. He can recreate other human beings. Let me tell you. Naturally, when Nigeria was created, Britain, the creator of Nigeria, the God of Nigeria, they saw to it that they have to do everything possible to make sure that the West never join together with the East. It's a mission. Respect to Kanu of Britain. When you hear they call them Great Britain, some people may be out of emotion saying, what is great about Britain? You don't know. You don't know. You remove emotion, you will know. We respect them. They are master planners. I'm telling you. We are victims, yes, but they are master planners. All these things that are happening today, it is what they have planned right from the 1914. They saw the characters, they saw everything, they say, okay, now look at how we want these people to behave. This new country we are creating, this zoo, we are going to manipulate so that we are going to create the people to be behaving like this. That is exactly the way Nigerians are behaving. They pit Yoruba against the Igbos for nothing. For nothing. They started by sabotaging, betraying, using Akintola and Remi Fani-Kayode, the father of this present chameleon, his own father, by using them, Akintola and the father of Fani-Kayode, in order to betray Awolowo. When you study history, you sometimes you shed tears when you are studying history. I'm telling you. Because there you see that people people are ignorant is the highest killer, the highest killer disease. What you are seeing is what Britain, manipulated, what Britain created. That is what you are seeing. So that, because they know that if the Yoruba and the Igbos join together, Britain is gone. Britain is gone. Them and their caliphate is completely annihilated. So do you know what happened? They started by bringing confusion in the West, in Yoruba land, in the early 60s. That was the reason why there was a military coup, the first military coup in Nigeria. Do you see how they go one after the other? They started katakata in Yoruba land. Awolowo won election. They rejected it. They declared the state of emergency. They brought their stooge. He formed another party, Akintola, together with the father of this Fani Kayode that is telling you Yoruba. He is a lineage of betrayers. They betrayed their own people. Let me tell you. His father betrayed Awolowo. Do you know that? Today, that is why I say that people are dying of ignorance. People are perishing because of ignorance. You will see, because of sentiment, he will come and openly call for fire and brimstone against the Igbos. And his Yoruba brothers, some of ignorantly applaud him. There are many that understand him and his point. I used to go through the comment. See many Yoruba people that are against him. I'm telling you. Now, using emotion, without some of all these people knowing that this man is the father, the direct, I'm not talking about his grandfather, his direct father betrayed Awolowo. His direct father was used to cause katakata in Yoruba land. After Awolowo swept Yoruba land by winning, they rigged the election and refused to, instead they arrested Awolowo. Now they brought up Akintola and Remi Kayode, the father of Femi Fani Kayode. That is what we do here. We know Fani Kayode. That is why, since Nnamdi, I don't even mind. I'm telling you. Because I know him. I know their lineage. Lineage of chameleon. He came in order to get information so that he will bring it back to his masters, his handlers. But his ass is grass, honestly. This man, Britain started by causing confusion in Yoruba land. The same Britain went and told the military boys. Naturally, the military officials that time were mostly Igbos. It's normal. Because they were the people that were educated, first educated that time. People that could do things. That time it is not something manipulated. It is natural. As of that time. So if Ajuna they told the same Britain that caused do you see the manipulation, how they started? When they are, it's just like solving equation. Mathematical equation. When you start from one formula, for an ordinary person it doesn't make any sense. But you don't know that you are going a square plus b square equals to 0. You expatiate it. Ordinary person will see it as what is this person misbehaving? What is he writing? Ordinary person. He doesn't know equation. He doesn't know about mathematics. But you are coming to the result. That is what Britain did in Nigeria. They started creating problem in Yoruba land. Now they created the problem. They now went to the military officers that time, young boys that they call themselves nationalists. They want to make Nigeria more than London in a twinkle of an eye. Remember, they were trained in sandust overseas by Britain. So Britain tell them, look, you are a young country, a young country, democracy is like this, federation is like this, do not allow problem to occur. So military, you are to salvage the democracy. You have to go and do it. They gave them the list of people to kill. And it's okay. Once you did all these things, clear all these people, now you carry the power from military, is it military union or conference or anything? Afterwards, you carry power, you remove Awolowo from jail and put him as the prime minister. The plan was so perfect. I am telling you how Britain created the mess you are seeing in Nigeria today. As Nigeria. The mess you are seeing as Nigeria today. Now, when these people, they pump them, they brainwash them, they want, go and salvage Nigeria. Is your country. This is a new country. How many years? 2-3 years of age. And no, you cannot, you shouldn't, you are the military boys, you have guns. Take power and give it to Awolowo. That is the only way. Now, these people naively, ignorantly, thought that they were dealing with people. They don't know that they are being used. When they did the whole thing, BBC, Britain, the same Britain, go back and announce the first radio. I could remember when I was small. All the time, the military rulers, every time it's my father, he listens to the news. 4 o'clock. Babangida have taken over power. Hey, Anango, you will be okay. Hey, this one have taken over power. Hey, from BBC. BBC knows every military coup in Nigeria before even the local news. Because they are the planners. Nigeria belongs to them. Now BBC now turned around and announced that, there is an Igbo coup, military coup, where Igbo officers, they massacred other tribes. Britain brought about the tribalism you are seeing today in Nigeria. That is why when I see people saying, I will go and fix Nigeria, I laugh. I don't know whether to laugh or to cry. Because they are either ignorant or mischievous. These two things. Either they are ignorant or they are just selfish. Because of their mischief, they are selfish. Because they just want to go and collect their own national cake, as Obasanjo used to say. Go and chop your national cake. The cake is too plenty. So, that is the thing. The same Britain that planned the military coup, the first military 1966 coup, told the boys how you are going to make Nigeria better, how you are going to do this. When you take power, you give to Awolowo and the whole problem will be solved. Little did these boys know that it was Britain that orchestrated the whole katakata in Yoruba land. The whole rigging. Everything. When they did as Britain told them, Britain went back and announced to the whole world that, the Igbos, as domineering as they are, they have taken over power through the guns. And they slaughtered other tribes. They don't call it Nigerian coup again. It is Igbo coup. That was the genesis or the catalyzing genesis of the hatred. Because I cannot say it's the genesis of the hatred of the Igbos. Britain saw it. Because immediately after Nigerian independence, the Sultan of Sokoto made the famous statement that why he hate the Igbos, that the Igbos are like they are domineering. That instead of him to give job to the Igbos, he will rather give to an expatriate on contract. The same BBC brought it out. So you see all the mess you see, you call Nigeria today, it is how the creator created it. You know, there is what they used to calm or comfort people. Na ihe awukwa na uche Chukwu. Onye anwụrụ anwụ, uche Chukwu. This is the way Britain wants Nigeria. It's the same thing. Ihe uche onye kere Nigeria. Nigeria you are seeing today, where people must kill in order to rule you. Onye uche the creator. Uche onye kere Nigeria. That is it. The creator of Nigeria. This is how he willed it, and Britain worked fervently in order to achieve the mess you are seeing today. Let me tell you the resultant effect. Nigeria never talk about advancement. Can you tell me the government in place, what researches have they financed and the result? You know, when you take stock of things, Nigeria don't even talk about financing researches. Financing scientists. I mean local scientists, local science and scientists. No. Whereas they can buy it. Today Britain has made the Biafra coastal region a polluted place. Pollution is everywhere. And people thought that it is normal. It is a way of life. No. The creator of Nigeria made it so. Do you know one of the reasons? So that you die young. You breathe the pollutants and you die. Carbon monoxide and petrol and all these hydrocarbons, you breathe it in. Now you die slowly through cancer, through different diseases. Your pastors, your daddy Jews, your reverend fathers will tell you that no, it is this person died, it is because of his village people. And do you know also that the pollution in Biafra land, do you know what? Do you know that it is all those pollutions, according to the revelation of Hamza Mustafa, it is a fuel. It is fuel for nuclear plant. Do you know that? When they come, once they will come and say, okay, we want to clean up Ogoni. They will go and collect the whole things they needed and they go with it. The amount they needed, it is a fuel for nuclear plants. They will take it and you will thank them and pay them for what they should buy. You thank them and pay them. They will use it in their nuclear plants in Western countries, in Britain, in America, in Australia, in different parts of Europe. I will move 100 folds. Any part Ashawo. We are just there for them. The pollution you are seeing in Bayelsa, in Ogoni, in different parts of Biafra land, all those things, that land, that polluted land, they scrap it, they process it, it becomes fuel for their nuclear plants in America, in Britain, in different parts of the world. They sell it, heavy amount of money, because you cannot get it any other place. No place on earth is as polluted as in Biafra land. No place on earth. You can never see it any other place. So it is purposeful. They did it on purpose. They incubate that pollution. People are dying. That's why sometimes I say, people are talking about sin. When you commit sin, you go. Muslims say you don't go to paradise, Ajana. I say, what is sin? People are committing what is sin, self? People are committing crimes upon crimes upon crimes for the upliftment of their countries. Every blessed second. And you are telling me, I don't know. People are exploiting others for them to grow. Just like in our land, the pollution that is killing thousands of people every day. It is a nuclear fuel. That thing that is causing us death in Biafra land, in Biafra, in Iguacha, in different parts of coastal Biafra, in Warri, it is nuclear fuel for the European powers, the West, for their nuclear plant, because they cannot get it any other place. Where will they get it? Where can they pollute like that and get it? It is impossible. So they use you because you are ignorant. That is what Britain created. Do you understand? Now the so-called president-elect, though not confirmed, Chinedu, he has started going to Europe. Where in Europe? In London. To give account of what he is going to do, for his handlers to direct him. Do you see your lives? Others are controlling it, and you are always blaming yourselves and ancestors as you are a sinner. Your ancestors are sinners. You repent. What you are repenting from? What? People that if there is anything repent. People that should repent are these British. All the West should repent. But if there is something like that, but lo and behold, is illusion, misinformation they give to you. We are in a world of exploitation. I keep on saying this. A world of exploitation. So stop being hallucinated. Stop being delusional, please. Rise up to the reality. That is what we preach here. And what we're going to hear also, rise up and face the reality. All those things you are thinking, you this and that, you are rubbish. If you can exploit others in order to succeed with impunity, without repercussion, or you can handle the repercussion, do it. That is the world we are in. I keep on telling you. America is strong today. America is a world power. They steal from every corner of the world, mostly from Africa. People that are exploitable. Now they are instituting their Islamic jihadism everywhere now in West Africa, and even going to Central Africa and going down to North Africa. You see that in Mozambique, in the Congo, Kenya, all corners. And every time they are telling you, we are fighting, we have to fight against Islam jihadism in the Sahel. Now it continues. They continue expanding them. They give them weapons. They use their stooges and gun runners in order to send them weapons, so that they will be causing confusion. As they are causing confusion, the Americans, the West, will be on ground stealing. Californium in Borno, 1 gram equals to 27 point something million dollars. 1 gram, not 1 kilogram. Boko Haram is there. They are financing Boko Haram, everything, in order to be stealing all these things. Do you see it? They are expanding it to Congo. But for them, all those Neanderthals they are using, for them they are fighting for Allah. They don't know they are being used. They don't know that they are being used. For them, they are fighting for Allah. The same way America used global terrorists, Mujahideen. America converged them in Afghanistan from all over the world in order to fight Russia. But for them, they are fighting for Allah. America used them. This is how the world is. They use you on that thing you are too keen. That's your fantasy. They use you using that. That is the reality of the world. The end game is that we should emancipate ourselves from both mental and physical slavery, so that we be free, and free once and for all. Now let me read another thing also. There is this U.S. press statement concerning the immediate past Nigeria election from the United States Embassy in the zoo called Nigeria. Let me just a bit, because it's very long. They know, okay, not too long anyway. Let me read it a bit. Nigeria carried out March 21st, 2023, U.S. mission Nigeria. Nigeria carried out the second round of its electoral practices with gubernatorial and state assembly elections on March 18th. The United States is deeply troubled by the disturbing acts of violent voter intimidation and suppression that took place during those polls in Lagos, Kanu, and other states. Members of the U.S. diplomatic mission observed the elections in Lagos and elsewhere and witnessed some of these incidents firsthand. The use of ethnically charged rhetoric before, during, and after the gubernatorial elections in Lagos was particularly concerning. This is ranting anyway, but it's there for record purposes anyway. Because, what Femi Fanikayo, the FFK, said, what he has been saying is the same reason why some people are now serving jail terms in the International Court of Justice. Do you understand that? Concerning Rwanda. Because it is instigation to ethnic cleansing. But in Nigeria, they did it, they do it with impunity. Before you know it now, they will call their Ohanese and Igbo chieftains and settle them secretly. They will come and say, I think Femi Kayode, hey, chigo yechi na Igbo. Ohanese and Igbo. No, Gondi Igbo one. I'm saying this, how I wish any member of Ohanese and Igbo you see in public coming to talk to youths, coming to talk rubbish in public. These are the people that they are using in order to cage us. Mother can only once. I'm telling you. I don't know. Here comes you like a Kwanandiocha. No matter what, they have red lines. Do you see how many? Last time they killed one member of parliament, British MP. That lady. Do you know why? Because of our policy. That person will be in jail after. He said the policy she made. That is why. Direct. That is how I can wish in there. Lagos. Tomorrow, don't worry, I deserve na Lagos. I have contacted the governor of Lagos. Even Aso Rock is aware. Don't worry. We have to continue one Nigeria. For you to, why not make so small as onye na-ekwe ihe ọ na-ekwu. Target oyi were mma aha mobie ya nkọlọ. Ime ka o show na ọnwụ na here. There. Ihe ọ na-eme, that is how heroes do. Other candidates is sanitize all their own land so that other people will be afraid in order to be doing what they are doing in our land. That is how it is. Because we cannot continue being slaves. We cannot continue being slaves in that place, in that enclave. And do you know why they take us for granted? Now let us move on. what the Igbo Congress will give a press statement. These people, sometimes you don't know who they are. We got to move on. Nigeria is one country under nation, or one nation under God. You look at all those people. These are the people that we need to remove them one after the other. Just like Abulado last time. That useless, I still have the video. The type of hatred on them. It triples, quadruples, centriples. It is limitless. People that victims or people gather. He started cautioning them. Hey, you people, we are on the situation, below abiding, go about your businesses. We on top of it. I have been in contact with the governor of Lagos State. Even the police commissioner is here. We look at his, he sent a representative. You see that? And you see youth, so Barana Wali, now watching, and know your name. This is the reason why black people, for 400 years, as farm animals. I'm telling you. But Ndibo tried also, because Haiti rose up. Championed by Igbo. Because most of the people today you see in former Saint Dominic or Haiti of today, Ndibo, Igbo slaves. Former Igbo slaves. They are progenitors. They rose up. When our people rises up, do you know that Haiti fought with nothing, and they defeated the highest military as of that time, as of early 19th century? Do you know that? Napoleon Bonaparte of France, he sent his military, the highest military. They were slaughtered, killed, and defeated with shame. Do you know that? That is why they are afraid, because they know that when Igbo people rise up, things na diche. Things na diche. Because Britain used to remember Ekumeku's resistance. Do you think it's easy? For 31 years? That is why they now came and try to calm us down forever. Do you know how? Using the religion. If they slap you here, turn the other chest, turn the other side, they will slap you. Pray for your enemies. Pray for your enemies. Anyway, let us continue, please. I don't want to go there. Let us continue. So, US, they have seen that the election is rubbish. I don't blame them anyway, because Nigeria is a sovereign country. Only had it been people started coming out. If the so-called youth that were disturbing us everywhere in the social media, obedient, this and that is a movement. Where are they? Sometimes they have disappeared into thin air. Peace Square run away in another country. The other one run away. I'm gonna divide this country. I know that is what you hear them talking. Who will divide it? Why not instigate the youth to rise up everywhere? If you are real, your PVC is your power. Tell me your power, your PVC today. Tell me, if you see all those celebrities yapping all these things that disappeared now, you beat them to pops because they deceived you. These are the people that are supposed to instigate the youth to rise up in revolution, but nothing. Now the pastors have taken center stage. Oh, one nation. Suleiman said Nigeria is one nation under God. So that Nigeria will continue existing. So that he continue milking everybody with tithe and offering with fake miracle. That is, that is how they do. He first of all came up to castigate the Nigeria election. If people ruling people by force, I say no, you will not rule me. So you kill me, say I must rule you. That people clap and say, this man is talking. Now he concluded by saying, okay, we have to nothing. Any person that is trying to tear this country apart, he will not succeed. In Jesus' name. This is a nation, one nation under God. So let us pray. When they talk, you think that they are human beings talking, that they will tell the youth, oh yeah, let us float to the streets in protest. No. Their conclusion is always, okay, raise your hands up. As you are raising your hands, make sure that today you raise your offering also, because you are going to give God, so that to keep Nigeria one. Ndoshi. Ndi agavu. Ndo mekome. Oh yeah. We will continue exposing them. I will go to the top. I want to talk about collectivity in my submission today, please. Because we have been relegated into individualism. Collectivity, that is the topic of my submission. It's going to be as brief as anything. Collectivity, is the quality or state of being people acting as a group or as a body. Collectivity is the quality or state of being people acting as a group or as a body. That is my definition of collectivity. A group, people means different human beings. Mother, Goa, Namoa, Nonya also, Nando also, millions, acting as a group or as a body. You cannot act as a body without cohesion. The human body is being coordinated by the brain. The brain is acting as leadership. The brain is inside, you don't see it. It's relaxing inside, protected by the skull. It doesn't move, but it's the coordinator. It coordinates your digestive organs, your body movements, your legs that are walking. You cannot where all your brain is the organ. Do you see? That is also where leadership is. Where leadership comes in. The body is made up of different parts, and each part is playing its role which contributes to the up and running of the whole body. As a human being, what you are hearing today is, now as I'm talking, is my voice. There are many sophisticated coordinations that are making it possible for me to talk so that you hear a sound. All this is inside the body. They are inside the body. You understand me? That is collectivity. A body that is strong, a body that is fit, it has many things that are in place. You see, the leg is doing the job. If you want to in a muddy water, you will not use your head. You understand? You will not say, okay, let me turn upside down so that I'll be head walk. Why? You will not say, mouth, why are you talking? Or yeah, come down and waka. Leg will not say that. No. Instead, when you say, okay, body move, who is moving? The leg. The leg will enter into the poto. But they are not immersed. It's only the leg that is immersed, doing his job. When he reaches running, your leg run. When talking, the tongue, the mouth, all will be both saliva producing organ, they will be acting. That is the work of collectivity. And once you are hearing my voice, who do you say? Say Mazi Jonathan. Mazi Jonathan has components. It's a body. Many components, millions of components. Cells that makes the organs that make up the body. You understand? That are acting. But who do you call? Oh, Mazi Jonathan, I'm hearing his voice. But you don't know that even the hand is also active. The leg is active. The brain is working. Even everything. The organs all are working together. And the body is called the Mazi Jonathan. Do you see that? That is collectivity. I want to explain it to you primarily so that you understand. That is how we should be. You know, when you see a mad person, the person is talking incoherently. I say, oh, America, Russia. Oh, you have been talking with him about his parents, his family. All of a sudden, they tell you, say, Uganda travel to river. He started talking incoherently. You know that he's mad. Because there is problem in the body. They are not working together. Because there are distortions somewhere. Something is wrong somewhere. That is the way we are as a people. Before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu brought us together, one family. I could remember the time our leader started. Somebody will call and say, Mazi, where are you calling from? He will say, oh, Mazi, how do I join IPOB? We don't have IPOB here. He says, start one. That is joining together of the body. Because before now, we were scattered. We were not together. Leg was doing his own thing. Hand was doing his own thing. He don't care. Eye was one eye is the other side. The other eye is the other side. You know, incoherently, like worse than mad people. But collectively, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tried to bring us together so that we can act as a body. You know, when you act as a body, you become respected. You can do something without no problem. You can behave without no single problem. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started. Before we were scattered like sheep without shepherd. We as Biafrans never really understand the importance of collectivity until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came up to open our eyes. That is the reality. Collectivity involves sacrifice. Collectivity, it involves sacrifice. The same way a body, you know, body. Building your body, you go to the gym. You carry load in your hand. You know, a sacrifice. As you are carrying, because you want to be fit. You want to be physically fit. You don't dare take the chest, say, oh, you put in the chest, or your chest carry. Hand rest. No. Because it is the work of the hand to sacrifice. Even if it's painful, it is the hand. The muscles in the hands will be crying. You say, carry it. It is the sacrifice. That is how a body works. Do you understand? This is why you have foot soldiers ready to die for the cause of collective interest, for their nation. In the military, you see, you know, when you watch Rangers being sent to Afghanistan or Iraq, many of them didn't return back. But they have to do it. As they were going, being sent by their governments to go and die in Iraq, to go and die in Afghanistan, to go to Syria or any other Vietnam. There are many other people in the country, in America, enjoying their lives, going to nightclubs. That is how the body works. Everybody cannot be sacrificed at the same time. It is impossible. As we are talking today, there are our people, members of the body, in the bush for many months, if not years. They are there sacrificing. Why? For the body. Do you understand me? Therefore, one part of the body cannot say, you know, why can't you do, we are doing more than you. No. The work of the body is like that. If it is like that, even people wouldn't be going out to fight wars to die for a whole nation. Because as they are going, there are others that are doing their parties inside the same country. But they are citizens of the country. But they are contributing in one way or the other to the functioning of that country. Not everybody will be soldiers. Not everybody will be broadcasters. Not everybody will be at the head. Not everybody will be but all are doing in order to work together for the success of the body. The whole body. Everybody involved. That is it. That is collectivity. Do you understand? When people look at in Ukraine today, look at Ukraine. You see men defending, dying. You need to learn. You know, when the Ukrainian war started, let me digress a bit, because this women equal rights, or I don't know how they put it, you know, feminine this thing. It's normal. I'm not disrespecting anybody, the women or anything, but please, you know, sometimes I see it in another way, because it's when something is good, everybody becomes equal. When people were running away from Ukraine, they gave order. They say men from whether 18 to 60 years should stay to fight. Now women will go. I say, but so women are no more equal to men. Why don't they say no? Okay, if they reach, they say, okay, women stay. Now men go with children. After 1 month, or you change, women go, men stay, because of equality. But when things are hard, is that time nature will come normal. They respect nature. But when things are sweet, they will say everything is equal. This and that. That is a question. Is a discussion for another day, please. So, what am I trying to say? You see people in Ukraine today, they are defending their country. There are many that have run away. There are many that are there also. Because not all that will be military. Do you understand? But why are those people that are, you know, sacrificing themselves? Why are they doing it? It's for the collectivity. For the collectivity. Do you understand? That is why I say collectivity involves sacrifice. This is why you have foot soldiers ready to die for the cause of collective interest, for their nation. Our collectivity as a people supersedes our different individual interests. Without we, there will be no you or I, individual. Without us, we, a people, there will be no I or you. You think about it, it's a deep saying. This is the mistake our people have been making. You know, many of our people believe that individually you can make it, and you know, as long as no. You are hallucinating. Look at what is happening in Lagos. What has been happening? Because people they see that our people are individualistic. Our people are autonomous. Even that autonomy enter their brain. People in Okokomaiko are different. They don't care about what happens in Apapa. They don't care what people in Idumota is suffering. They don't care. People in Osho, they don't care what the people in Ketu are suffering. So they are individualistic. And our enemies are taking advantage of that. It is high time we make a rethink. Do you know why IPOB is formidable? Is we are a very big one family, one worldwide family. Anything that happens to one person happens to all. We descend on that person. The cause of that, we descend on that person. That is why we are being feared. I was listening to one man, Reno Mokri, when he was talking about some history, this and that. There is one comment he made. He said, no, I don't want to say this before IPOB start pursuing me. Please, I don't want. I say yes. The fear of IPOB is the beginning of wisdom. You understand? People fear us not because we are one person, but our collectivity is what makes us strong. When you have a broom, you see a broom. It's very simple. You cannot break the collective broom. But take one single one out, you break it easily. That is what people fail to understand. And that is what has been killing us, Biafrans. Since after the war, our enemies, they continued the war but in another way. They thwarted us to make us to be individuals. The primary tactics used by the Europeans to conquer and colonize Africa and other parts of the world is division. We all know it. Every day we sing it, divide and rule. But have you thought deeply about it? Divide and rule is like amputation or destroying a part of the body. You understand? That is division of a body. A person that has one of his hands or legs amputated will no more function fully to physically defend him or herself because he has lost a part of his body. That is what our enemies did to us. They made sure that we became thwarted, that you don't come as a people. You know, but they fix you to come as individual, and the individual have no power. You understand me? And this is one of the worst things that Christianity have done to us. When you go to church, they continue telling, you know, if I'm saying this, people will keep on saying, no, why Mazi, Chinedu, why is he always making, no, but this is what I experienced. It's bitter. When you come out of it, when you start looking back, you say no. And this is what people are still inside. Christianity helped to thwart us into single digits. Oh, run for your dear life. Also, you go, pastors will be preaching for your personal miracle. Come and pray for your personal miracle, individual miracle. Everything is individualistic. Do not mind other. Just pray for your own. That is what has weakened us. Individualism instead of collectivity. Do you see why we should continue enlightening our people? When you go, they tell you pray for your own. As long as you believe in your own. Now the other person didn't believe, leave him. The other person, his faith is not strong. Come, your faith is strong. Continue. You will receive your own miracle, your own personal miracle. There is no collectivity. Collectivity in the church is just membership for the pastor to be making everybody. Nothing more. They thwarted us. The primary tactics used by the Europeans to conquer and colonize Africa and other parts of the world is division. Divide and rule is like amputation or destroying part of the body. A person that has one of his hand or legs amputated will no more fully function to physically defend him or herself because he has lost a part of his body. The caliphate has been using this weapon of division in order to keep us subjugated and oppressed. We have been misled into thinking that individual success is enough. No. You have not succeeded. I have not succeeded until we succeed. When you look at people like Mecca or Ofo, all the so-called billionaires, Igbo billionaires, they will tell you, no, it's Fulani that make me who I am today, so I am with them. Do you see the danger of individual success? That is what they sentence us, so that we continue scavenging individually. It doesn't matter, even if it is bringing down your boxer so that you become razzled. If you have succeeded, what matters is the result of success. You buy a big car, you build a heavy house, and that's it. But you're a slave. Collectively, we are nothing. Okorocha built everything with bulletproof doors and everything, but they came down from broke all those things, came to catch him like a rabbit And now he was crying, Jesus, because Tata, he became a prayer warrior. If there is a collectivity, do you think that those people can come down into Okorocha? People will gather, the whole nation, the whole state will gather and say no, and there's nothing they can do. You see that? That is why you can never arrest a Fulani politician like that. It's impossible. People, they will gather and the military, who are you? They will chase you into oblivion. But when you are individual, when you are individualistic, as they have sentenced us, because they thwarted us, it is a grand plan. British grand plan through the caliphate. In order to sentence us, go and hustle on your own. That is why you see our governors, so-called governors, they cannot talk to themselves. They don't have meeting between themselves. And there is one news, sorry. Before I miss that news, I wanted to talk about it. I forgot, but now I remember. I say, Chinedu said, there will be consequences for Anambra residents, communities who did not vote for APGA. This should be condemnable. I'm telling you honestly. Is it not what late Buhari said? 5%ers will be dealt with. Those who gave him 97% and those who gave him 5%. Why should we be replicating this type of thing in our land? Governor Chinedu said that those that didn't vote for APGA, vote for him, will have consequences. What a mess is this? What a mess is this? We shouldn't allow, we fight evil, it doesn't matter where it is. Because we know that if we leave it, it becomes the norms. We will suffer the consequences later. Do you understand me? So, that statement is highly condemnable. Right from Radio Biafra, London, it's highly condemnable. There is no way you can justify it. Everybody is a citizen. That's it. So, going back to what I was talking about, collectivity. You have not succeeded. I, as a single person, have not succeeded until we succeed. What happened in Lagos, and it's still happening. Many of the market that was being burnt, some of them are kind of a rich Nigeria standard. But once fire come, once they start, the stigma is everybody Igbo. It doesn't matter. Maybe that is the reason why P Square will run away to America. Maybe that's the reason. To avoid that stigmatization. You understand? That is the reason why our future remains our collectivity. If we are going this single thing, we have already run astray to every part of the world until Mazi Nnamdi use Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in order to turn us into a bunch. That is why you can hear my voice today. You know that I'm existing. Without it, without IPOB, maybe you might not even know that somebody like me is existing. Maybe I might not know that somebody like you is existing in this world. Everybody to your tent, oh Israel. But with collectivity, we become a bunch. And we help each other as a body. And we infuse fear in other people so that they cannot exploit us. Do you understand? Do you think that, like what I said the other day, when Apapa market was burnt down by Tinubu thugs, APC thugs, had it been our people were in collectivity in Lagos, they have the capacity of shutting down Lagos, economic wise. I said it, ordinary, close your market, don't go out for 2 days. In solidarity, in order to sign your petition. In solidarity with your brothers in Apapa. But will they do it? These are sacrifices to made for collectivity. But will they do it? You gonna say, nah, wow, now you go give me food, nah, wow. But you one day they will also burn your own place. That food you are talking about, even you might die inside. And do you see the reason why we should be collective? That is one thing our leader has done. Credit to him. Okay, our people have been suffering from the effects of the psychology of the oppressed, according to one comrade from Australia. Today, he mentioned it. I've forgotten his name. He put it in a way, I listened to it, I said, no. My brother, you struck a nerve. You know, we learn on Radio Biafra. He call it the psychology of the oppressed. You understand? In this case, the oppressed always believe that once he can achieve one of the things his oppressor has, he has arrived. His oppressor is going on a big car, and he can buy some big car. Or once we can get one of us to occupy the position of the Nigerian president, we become satisfied. At least, without knowing that the temporary occupation of the presidency does not put you in the same position as your oppressor. You understand me? After all, Azikiwe was a big ceremonial president. Huge one that wears big babariga, that goes on presidential motorcade in order to deceive the gullible, which people were at that time. Anakroyaka, Zik of Africa, not even Zik of Onisha, no, Zik of Africa, he have passed even Nigeria. Zik of Africa, do you see that? Do you see that? Deception. Deception. Azikiwe was a big ceremonial president, but powerless. What does he change? He knew the reality. He was dying inside. But when he come outside, people will see him, and now Konyenkai, our president, just to give our people the fake hope. Fake hope. Counting on him, whereas he knows that he is worth nothing. Do you see deception? Do you see that? Obama was the United States president. Does it change the situation and perception of the institutionalized white supremacist ideology in the United States? Does it change? Does it change it? The answer is no. Good luck, Ebele Jonathan was in power for 6 years. Does it change the fact that oil in Biafra belongs to Jigawa? Does it change it? By good luck being there, does it change anything? The answer is no. There are still people in Otueke, in Biafra, they are still drinking from the same water they poo. Do you see it? Even if they present somebody to occupy just to satisfy the public, the population, and say, I could remember during the good luck Jonathan time. You ask somebody, why are you happy? Onyibo. Onyibo will say, no, my brother is there. That is his satisfaction. Nothing more. What changed? No, nothing, but just my brother is there. Do you see, satisfying emotion doesn't mean anything. But we should face the reality, which is what we preach here, which is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been preaching. Facing the reality is different from emotional, or being emotional. Oh, my brother is there. What does it change? People are controlling him, managing him, using him. He was busy trying to satisfy the caliphate. He built hundreds of schools, Al-Majiri schools, of which they gave him bad mouth. They thank him with bad mouth and insult. Say he must. Why shouldn't he do it? He should do it. He know now. If he not do it, he know. And some of all those Al-Majiri schools have been turned into mosques today. Some maybe public toilets today. He used billions of naira, taxpayers' naira, in Nigeria, and do it in order to continue to satisfy the people, the owners of Nigeria. No way. So, this mad quest is what our brother summed up as the psychology of the oppressed. That is why you see our people, they come and boast. Oh, I am the first person that drive this car in this country, brought this car in this country. And you are looking at the person because he want to belong. He want to feel that, oh, now I belong. Oh. You understand? But he's a slave. He's a slave. He just want to show that he belongs. That is why our people that are in power, the governors, you see how, what is the name of that Chinasa one area or something like that? The killer in Imo State, used by HAUSA-SERVICE. He was threatening King Imo openly on WhatsApp. I will deal with you. But can he threaten any Fulani? Fulani terrorists are killing in Lopa. He cannot threaten. But when he wants to deal with his own people, he become more powerful. That is the psychology of the oppressed. In order to make you lower, to feel that he himself also, he is a master. When you give slaves, the house niggers, you give them some house nigger little power over the field niggers. See wickedness, so that is where you feel, because the house nigger, they want those field niggers to respect them the way they respect their oga, so they can flog and deal with their fellow slaves mercilessly. That is what is happening in our land. That is why HAUSA-SERVICE is running berserk with his group of killers, in order to instill fear that he himself is different. That he is, after all, he is like Rufai. He is like the caliphate also, the slave masters. So we should fear him. Do you see that? And the caliphate, they are enjoying this, because this is the psychology of the oppressed. Anything they can hang on, little thing, they will use it to bloat. The way they scattered us, put us into individualism. That is why you see our people. And he say, oh, I build a house. Hey, he show his house. I build a house. In order to make that is a psychology of the oppressed. So that you feel all those things is what he's using in order to make you to give him more respect. That is more than you. He is more than others. I am not suffering like others. He is something psyche. He is psychological. That is what our brother summed it up as, the psychology of the oppressed. I totally agree with him. I 100% agree with him. I'm telling you honestly. So that when you see, when people that have real power, do you see the white supremacists coming on video showing up? Do you see them coming to show their big cars and big, because all those things are nothing. It is nothing to them. They have passed all those type of things. They have passed it. They are above it. You understand? Do you understand? Do you see the caliphate? The caliphate, Buhari son and daughter, or all those their Dangote sons and daughters coming to boast on the distance, on the internet? No, because all those things are nothing. They have the real power. But the people you see boasting, these are people that are claiming official powers, so that to make you fear, to make you infuse respect, so that you respect them, as you are seeing the other slave masters. It's the psychological, the psychology of the oppressed. That is the reality. Nigeria was created by Britain to thwart us as a people, to destroy our collectivity, our togetherness, and they almost succeed. I'm telling you honestly, they almost succeed. For us to be programmed into individualism, that is why you see our people because he want to show that I have made it, I can make it. It's my power. But look, if a system is working, we build a collectivity, we restore our nation, whereby you can, any person, can collect a car and get a car under hire purchase. He's working and paid. Any type of car you want, you go and sign and collect. Will you be boasting with it? Why are you going to boast for somebody that can also have the same thing like you? If he wants, why will you boast? But they sentence all things to individualism, so that onye ọwụna ikeketori. Oh, you didn't try. Me, I tried. I have gotten it. So you are relegated. So that whenever I see you, hey, physically now I respect you. I'm udodrege. Hey, or chair one, or one, udodrege. You are artificially trying to get the respect that is meant for the master. Whereas you are not the master. You don't have that power. You are trying to buy it through your advertisement. But with collectivity, we became a bunch, and we can get anything we want. We will get respect without even asking for it. Only our togetherness, our collectivity will command respect, because they will be saying, as they are saying now, don't talk about IPOB. Hey, if you talk about Airbag, they will. Now everybody will keep quiet. Had it been we continue being one, they will be taking us without no consequences. Do you see what you are saying? That is why they always threaten us with impunity in Lagos. In the north. Do you understand me? Do you remember when they commanded what they organized and killed some Fulani and their cows in Abia? The following day, they come up with one group name, the Fulani. These are people that understand what is collectivity. They say now they have commanded their people, they are on the road coming, and truly, more than 300 convoy of cars and lorries were on the way. Do you see what is togetherness? That's coming. That thing didn't affect all of them. But to be in solidarity, they have to obey, because if they don't obey, tomorrow they become victim. But in our own, hey, somebody called, he says Mushi. No, Mushi here, we have a good relationship with the indigenous. It's not, we are not like in our papa. And I start seeing, when he was talking, I start seeing our mentality. I'm not saying his mentality, I say Igbo mentality. That is who we are. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came and sanitized us. He doesn't see it as a collectivity. No, they are different. It's their market that is being bombarded here. We know how to manipulate or diabolize and deal with the indigenous people here, the Yorubas here. So we know how to deal with them. We're okay here. Imagine that a call, we are okay, come back. For example, it's not that way. I say for example, as the Fulani, they called their people immediately, secret call. Everybody, they were in a convoy to make sure that people saw them. To make sure people respect them, that they are in collectivity. It signifies a lot. Now a convoy, it doesn't matter. Many of them will be losing. But that individual loss is nothing. That is why I say, in collectivity, there are sacrifices. That is why in a country you see people going to join military. In order to fight, they know they can die. But their death makes the country to continue living. Do you see it? So, when the Fulani, they gathered and called their people from the south and said, oh yeah, start coming then. Immediately they obey. It doesn't matter. Even those that have customers, maybe some people, they'll be telling them, Elijah, you follow. He said, we go. But it doesn't concern you. No, now we. Now all of us. He will leave every gain. But people that owe him in our land, and in other part of the south, but people that owe him, he doesn't care. He will answer, I'm joining my people, we are going. It is a show of force, collectivity. That collectivity brings respect. But in our own people, each person is individualistic. No, how am I going to do now? My market, how am I going to carry it? Different people will be giving excuses. And that excuses is lack of sacrifice. And lack of sacrifice is what tied us together. Tied us down. Always tie us down. So that they continue molesting us. Because they know that we are not together. If you call people in Mushi, they will gather them. Mushi elder, Yoruba elders in Mushi. I'm giving an example. We gather and call Ezendibo na Mushi, say, tell your people, you know, concern on now. May I tell you, you don't know that this is a tactics of dividing, thwarting us, thwarting our collectivity. No, Mushi, no, we have been in peace. So what happened in Apapa, it doesn't concern. So you people should not mind them all. People in Idomata, they will have meeting with the local chiefs there and say, no follow, we have been here since only God knows when. So it doesn't concern us. They will be thinking that this is a good advice, that they are in advantage. No, that is a disadvantage. You will need to join your people in whatever they are doing. Even if it doesn't concern you, you have to sacrifice. That sacrifice brings respect from the people watching. They will say, these people, they are unified. So that tomorrow if they want to do you something, they will remember that others will rise up. That is how it goes. But when you are individualistic, you can be a victim at any time. And you have no respect. A single broom will be broken, but a bunch is not broken at all. You cannot break them. That is a secret that the Fulani understood. But that understanding, that knowledge is still eluding many of our people. But inside IPOB, we understand it. We have been enlightened enough to understand the importance of collectivity. You understand? In the present day Nigeria setting, we Biafrans have been running helter-skelter as sheep without shepherd. No collectivity. This is the reason why they can disenfranchise us, kill us, and destroy our properties with impunity. All these are because we have no collectivity. There is nothing like us as a people. There is nothing like us. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through IPOB has shown us the way to be us. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has shown us the way to be us. Even if it doesn't affect you directly. Once a clarion call comes, you follow your people and say, now what are we going to do? Imagine that the market that was burnt, all other parts of Lagos now rise up and say no to this. No, it doesn't matter. Everybody rose up like one person, one man. Before God and man, they will start begging. The government will be forced to make reparations. Do you understand? But when everybody is individualistic, it never reach me. That side. What do you think will happen? Tomorrow they will do the same thing. Tomorrow they will call and say, no, you cannot vote here. Do you know that disenfranchising people, a group of people in a country, it is a heinous crime? Do you know that? It is a very big insult. It is as good as killing you. Because you are there just like slaves. If you are not going to vote for my choice candidate, do not come out to vote. And you swallow it like that and say, let us move on. After all, your pastor have told you that, look, don't worry, God is in control of everything. No, God is not in control. It is a human being that is in control. Let me tell you. Do you understand me? Human being that is in control. Those people that are in control, they are humans like you. So strive to be in control. To stop hiding on, no, God will be in control. No. Somebody say in that one radio we have petitioned God. How can you petition God? What of others? All those people that are doing all those things. Do you think they don't petition God? Do you think they don't petition God? Let us remove ourselves from this idiocy, foolishness, please. These people are doing all these things last 4 years. On 2019, they did the same thing. Oba of Lagos gathered our people and started insulting them face to face. I will throw all of you inside the lagoon. And they swallowed it. They move on. They laugh over it. Some clap even. They started defending him that no, he's always playing. He's a joker. And that thing made them to increase their tempo. They disenfranchise you. Disenfranchising you makes, do you know how it takes the black Americans to fight for voting? Do you know that? Do you know the slaves, they were not allowed to vote before? Black Americans, do you know that? Do you know how much it took them? They are relegating you from voting now. Instead, they will tell you, okay, you want to vote, come, I will show you who to vote for. What, is he not telling you direct that you're a slave? And you swallow all these things because you are not collective, because you are single, because you are going to this church. All of you, this one is going to, what do you call it? Kumuyi church. All Yoruba, Adebayo, they are your daddy Jews. These are the people you go Sunday, they will tell you, Akashe go, they will comfort you. No, don't worry, it's not our character, it's us, it's this. This is because you are not collective. A time will come, you will continue suffering it. But this is a clarion call here on Radio Biafra London, started by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for us to come together and be collective as a bunch. You understand? Because it's enfranchising us, they kill us and destroy our properties with impunity. All this because we have no collectivity. There is nothing like us as a people. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through IPOB has shown us the way to be us. Once we rise up to the task of being in collectivity as a people, the sky remains our limit. With our collectivity, we can achieve anything. We will restore our nation Biafra. And that is why we continue. Because the first way of restoring Biafra is to form collectivity, forming IPOB, a global family. Do you understand? Forming a global family. That is collectivity. So that when cooperative, just like cooperative, if you talk, because it is people's voice. Do you understand me? That is the reality. I am going to go into a few minutes break because this is where I'm going to stop. I am going to go into few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling in. Please do not go away. I will be right back. Do not go away, please.
People are just getting angry about it, but it doesn't mean a damn thing.
We were originally living here before you come to settle.
All right. Okay. Now, thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Van. Did you hear what he said? Can you hear him?
Very loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, it has been alleged also that some certain persons in Lagos who say they are the owners of this land, they've come out to say that if you are not voting a certain candidate tomorrow, then you have no business coming out to vote. What's your take on that?
That is absolute rubbish. That is lawlessness. That is brigandage. That is everything that is evil in a society. Ownership of land is nowhere related to the freedom of every individual who is protected by the constitution of the country to exercise his rights in the way he wants to do that. I have said earlier, and much earlier, that Lagos, there are landowners. Lagos belongs to people who are landowners. But that we are all stakeholders, where they can actually tell the non-indigens to have no say and not to come near, is their traditional institutions. The governance of the traditional institutions, their cultural heritage and all that, not with government which is completely foreign to every culture in this country. The governments we operate in Nigeria are completely foreign to any culture and not native to any particular tribe. It is something that was foisted on us to guarantee good societal values and to guarantee peace and harmony. So for as long as that government affects the lives of everybody living within a particular space, that person has a right that he cannot be denied to say, this is the right person I think that I surrender my sovereignty to rule over me. Governance is a question of people surrender.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 22nd day of March 2023. That's above Bochiorie. Our lines are now opened. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Remember that on Friday after tomorrow, Mazi will be here with me on an interactive session as usual. So you can also prepare your questions as usual. The time will be 7:30 p.m. BT. So do not miss the program, please. We encourage our people anywhere you are in that zone called Nigeria. Be strong. If you can come back, come. Please. Also defend anything. As a group, be collective anywhere you are. That is what we urge. Stop being single. Nah, I don't want to be part of these people. You are going your own. You don't want problem. He that doesn't want problem, you don't need to be in this world, because this is a world of problem. This world you see is a world of problem. Very big problems everywhere. Do you see what is happening in France, in Israel, is it in Colombia, in Beirut, in Lebanon? People are rising up. Things are happening everywhere. So it's a world of problem. The earth you are in already is problematic. Is spinning at a high speed. Here I know a high speed world. So it's a world of problem. Please, only you regulate it. Be collective. Be your brother's keeper. Join hands together in order to make statements. You can make statements through your actions. Through your actions. The way the Fulani they used to do. You hear it? Fulani is the only tribe in Africa or in West Africa, in Africa, that defy the European borders, European created borders. Do you know that? Is it not last year they had only Fulani had meeting all over the world? Fulani in Asorok, in Abuja. Can any other tribe do that? Igbos, we have our people in part of Cameroon, in Equatorial Guinea. Do we talk about it? We never even talk about Igbos in Kogi, in Benue. Talk less of Igbos in those in Iguacha. Some of them say we are not Igbos. But no, they are changing their name to another thing. Do you see how you don't know that they are dividing us into pieces? Piecemeal by piecemeal, the same way you swallow 1 kilo of apple, you can swallow it, but not once. You take it one by one. You take small, mold it in your hand, put inside soup and swallow. Before you know it, you finish 1 kilo. That is how they are doing us. They sold themselves. One of the worst things they committed is allowing Igbo land to be, confined into little space. We forget our brothers in Kogi. Some of our people in Igala, in Benue, they have joined Islam. When you see them, you see they are Fulani people, but they are Igbo people, for goodness sake. Let us continue, please. Caller on WhatsApp, you are the first caller, please. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Mazi,
you don't reggae, Mazi. There were.
Can I hear them? Can I Nnamdi ka na amalite ndị Igbo. Azụ Chukwu oke abịa ma gọzie ebe ọ bụla ọ nọ. Maka na ọ ya kpọpụtara anyị n'ọnọdụ a. Anyị wee na-anụ ifuru na-ekwu n'ọnụ my brother na ncha mere anyị. Azụ Chineke gọzie ọnụ. Chukwu oke abịa ma chebe ọnụ dobe ọnụ. Enwu na amamihe zuru oke. Unu jebe unu ya ejere. Na-arụ ya ananụ. Ichiche ndị iro n'isi ụnụ bụ n'isi ya ka ọ ya ana. Gọvanọ ha chichara n'isi ya ka ọ ya ana. Asị m ka m tinye ọnụ na ife na-eme ndebe anyị kịta. Sọm ife na-eme ndebe anyị na Lagos steeti bụkwa ndebe anyị ka ọsụsụ ịghọtago. Because o nwere one of my friends. Ana m agwa ya mgbe ife a na-achọ ibido. Asị na ife na-achọ imenu after P2B win this election. Ife na-emenu. Ife ọ gwara ọgwụ m ji ego gị ana na m wee ji ego. Na ọ bụla m ji ego mụ nọtawa Naijiria na onwe ife na-emeghị na P2B win election. After ka win election akpọ ya na fon si ya ka ihe gwara ya. Ọsị nọkịta ka o butere ya a na-ekwu na ife a na-ekwu emego. Nwesị eche Maazị Nnamdi Kanu kwubere for many years. O wee bụrụ na ị na-ekpete because of that P2B lose the election. Na-ede mma ịgwọ ụlọ niile inwe na Lagos ọkụ. Ọkụ oge nwa na onwe ego ọkụ sị. Asị m gobe ke ka ji ekwuzi mtu a. Ke ka si ekwu mtu a. My brother, ihe nji wepụ okwu a abụghị ife ọzọ ọbụla. Na ndị be anyị na-agba ọsọ mmiri n'oge ọtụtụ na ọmazụ ha ahụ. Mana ekele dịrị Chineke n'obegoro sọsọ elekshọn ebidobeghị gbawa ụlọ ha ọkụ. Because oge erukwa because okwu nwa Chineke ya emezunarị. Oge erukwa mgbe ebido agbakwa ụlọ ha ọkụ ọ bụla ya iweki ọkụ. So, ana m ekele gị so much n'ọrụ na-arụ Biafra. Abịa ihe gbasara religion. Nwanne, don't panic. Imekwana anyị mee so na anyị na-stop. Ka anyị kwụsị ihe gbasara religion a. Because ebe a ka anyị ebe a ka the main problem ji anyị nọ. This religion bụ Christianity ndị ọcha wetara anyị. Ebe a ka problem ji anyị nọ. So, anyị nna ya ogbu gị na nwanne anyị nwaanyị na-akpọ mmadụ aheda jisie na ike ụlọ akwụkwọ mmadụ ntị ụlọ akwụkwọ ndị efu ntị na ihe ha na-ekwu eri na soshal midia because we are here anyị nọ ya na-awọchị onye ọbụla ma ndị refil mebi na ha na-arụ ọrụ na IPOB anyị makwa mgbe onye ọbụla zụara this struggle because anyị anọgụ na this struggle for many years anyị na-ekwu okwu yọnago ọ bụrụ na anyị na-ekwu okwu bụ na ya ama ife a na-eme ya mana anyị ife a na-eme jisie n'ike Chineke ya bụ ume ọgwụ ka ọha n'ọnụ udo dịrị ụlọ
Dewo udo dịrị gị. Caller on WhatsApp, caller on Signal, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? You are live and direct. Go on, please.
Ndewo Mazi.
Udo dịrị gị.
Our leader is Ben's Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And I'm using this platform to call on the international community, the world at large, to look into the issue of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience, a man who did nothing wrong, rather speaking for the freedom of his people. He's been in detention illegally against appeal court discharged and acquitted of our leader since October last year. And up to now, the Nigeria tyrannical government of Buhari has refused to obey court order. But one thing I want them to understand that there is a limitation to what human being can endure in life. Justice delayed is justice denied. The area the world rise to their responsibility to uphold the rule of law, uphold justice, the better for everybody, because we clamor for a peaceful global community to live in harmony with one another. But it shouldn't be in expense of some particular people. In this case, the Biafran people have suffered genocidal war, and the world used to look the other way because they see what they see in us is resources. They don't see human being in us, which is a great injustice to humanity. And Mazi, thank you for your program. You're doing a great work. I want to join my voice because I'm going to know Igbo. I'm going to know na okay na akpọ ndị be anyị onye ọla akpọrọ onye Igbo ma ndị bi na mba ofesi ma na gburugburu ebe a kpọrọ azụmanụ. Unu leba anya n'ihe na-eme na Naịjirịa. Obodo ụlọ ọnụmanụ anyị nọ n'ime ya, o nwere mgbe ọ ga-eru ebe ọbụla ibi ọsibidi na Chokoto, ebe ọbụla ibi imepe ọnụ si n'iwu Nigerian, the molestation ị ga-enwete, the humiliation, even possible deportation ga-eso ma ọ bụghị igbo ụlọ nga, because ihe Nigeria gọọmenti mega arụ karịrị arụ in the eyes of even international community. Ọ ga-eru mgbe ọ ga-eru. See, one thing I know is that food doesn't last forever. Truth must prevail, light must prevail. They are human beings with conscience. Even though we know that the global wars are being run by men that have no conscience, but we have people who still have the conscience of humanity in their private investment, in their private sector, that can rise up tomorrow and begin to see the injustice of Nigeria, and by that time they begin to show that racist on anybody up in Nigeria, everybody. So, uru ọ ga-abara gị nwa afọ Igbo ebe ọ bụla ibi mere obedient ma imego obedient ma ibilivu gị kpọrọkọta agbaala n'ihu efi. Chọwakwa ebe ọbụla IPOB family nọ, were part of this movement, because ihe a umbrella ga-echekwa gị. Because it's better mgbe a ga-akpata gị aka, your identity will be I'm a Biafra. Because IPOB is the umbrella body of Biafra as it stands today. We are registered in over 88 countries and counting. Legally, we obtain our legal permit. Everything is legitimized. We are not illegal organization, not to talk more of terror, whatever the IEP is labeling us. But we know they have ended in shame, because even few days after they are labeling us terrorists, whatever, Israeli government issue us a certificate of operation in a certificate of registration in Israel. Is a plus for us. So even when they are trying to mock us, the world is celebrating us. So the only thing that can happen to you as one people IPOB don't sit across the fence and say, no. Because unuji chego unuji nazi de everywhere. Ida na church gain millions.
One of our brother mega metusela mega program na abalị m gechara. Mmadụ kpọrọ na-enye testimony nwafọ Igbo. Ị gaa na chọọchị onye Yoruba gaa na-enye millions na even mmepe ọnụ na-asị ịtụgidere tithe inyegidere ị na-enye tithe na million. But the common to support Biafra struggle iwe onwe gị ụmụ gị nwere onwe gị. Iwepụta $1 ga-ajụwa onye ka a ga-enye ya. Na aka enye onye aka orie ya mgbe ahụ ga-enwe sense. But iruzie na chọọchị onye Yoruba ma ọ dị ọtụ sị na ya bụ pastor, your brain na short off. Ka anyị ji n'ụtụtụ chụwa ewu dị ojii maka mgbe chi ga-eji mmiri a na-achọ izo. Onye isi ekwuchala ihe niile a ga-ekwu ọzọ onye nwere ntị ya nụrụ. Ọ bụla ụtọ ha m n'ọnụ udo chianụ ụmụ ibe ndewo nwa Chineke ọ gazie.
Ndewo Mazi, ndewo udo dịrị gị. We must continue. Caller on WhatsApp, Mazi Joe, I think you are. Ndewo, welcome to the program. Udo dịrị gị. Ndewo.
Yeah. First and foremost, I will say a very big thank you to you, Mazi. You have been doing a great work, and Metuko Kitchen grant you more strength. We say. Mazi, am I coming out?
Coming out crystal clear. Go on, please.
Okay. Mazi. Okay, Mazi, darling. Pertaining to what you've said this evening, my contribution is, I have a little thing that I wrote down, which is, the world is an open jungle where the most powerful dictates everything to the detriment of the people where their interest lies. Simply put, all over the world, there are American military bases over the world. It is there for an interest. The full army is here. They are in the south in our areas is for an interest. Now, the of Ndibo, what is their ideology? Because ideology pushes interest, and the interest is meant for the people of the is meant for the people by the people, who are trying to oppress any person to get what they want at any cost. What Westerners are getting, they are storing it down for the future of their children, because they have started teaching them that this is how our forefathers got it, this is how we will continue getting it, and this is how you too will continue getting it. They are training them for tomorrow. I don't understand why our Igbo people will be in Lagos, they cannot come together as one to defend each other. Mazi, I was in Lagos when they did this also Abiola. I was there. My dad had to send my 3 younger ones to the village. 2 of us stayed. What did my daddy do?
Mazi, I ran. I was there also. I ran. I ran from Lagos down to the village.
Mazi, I was there. I was there with my dad. My dad, then we have 2 classes at home. We sharpened it and kept it too. Though I was born in Lagos, so I could mix up with the Yoruba guys around me. But you know what, Mazi? 2, 3 days, 4 days, they started, now this area quiet too. Why this area be like this now? Some people have started meeting in Igbo just for 3 days. Imagine if Ndibo in Lagos decided, okay, we are packing our own go back to the east. Lagos will be dry as desert. Like what you just said, Mazi, you see, the head, the brain controls the body. It tells it what to do, but all of them are working perfectly for one thing. Ndibo should come together. We should all come together. We shouldn't be looking at, I am the strongest, I am the greatest, my state, no, my NDR. No, we don't need it. What we need is cohesion to forge ahead, to move forward. And IPOB as an umbrella body has given us all that that much needed comfort and zeal to forge ahead as one people together. This is what we need. Look at what is happening in Europe. Whatever the Russia, China says, NATO will counter it. Why? Because they want their own interest to be protected. That is international politics. Some people have been threatened that multipolarism is coming out. We need to protect this our unipolar. But these other guys, they want multipolarism. Everybody is fighting for interest. What is our interest as Indigo? That's the most annoying thing. What do we believe in? Do we want to live together or do we want to continue to be slaves? We are at war at the moment, and Mazi, do you know the funniest thing? They are fighting this war against us from many angles. Economically starving our people in the east, economically fighting our people in Lagos, economically burning markets all over Nigeria. The army is there in the east, killing. The Fulani terrorists are there fighting us, and we are all busy. We are all busy doing what is it called? They are doing pranks on Twitter, doing pranks on TikTok, doing pranks on Facebook. They should not worry. When the Fulanis catch them, they will prank them too. Dalo Mazi, have a beautiful evening, sir.
There were Mazi. There were. Thank you very much. What you are what you are sending, caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
Yes, David Jonathan. Can you hear me, sir?
There were. Welcome to the program. Go on, please.
David Jonathan Shika. Biafra all over the world. You don't go Kadra. I allow Biafra. David Jonathan, United Nations law, self-determination. That United Nations, Jonathan, is it an organization that holds the world? And they put self-determination. Any nation that wants to be free should follow it. Have we IPO not followed it? We have followed it. Then the Nnamdi can kidnap him from Kenya. And the one that keeps silent, that's manipulated. That keeping silent. And all leaders, Biafra land kept silent. Then the Jonathan, this is not Chiko Kikada. We are gone. We are gone. Look at the election. That Nnamdi can say they are previously for how many years ago? After they are burning our sons. Telling us in Yoruba land, we are taking the way to go and beg for like Yoruba to live it. It doesn't concern your exchange car, what I don't to go and come in. I don't want to see it. Don't say that. I can't know what I say now. I want to say that. I don't know. I can't hear no one night. That's where that would chaff monkeys and baboons. Do they know where we are? Project of the Most High. Now. That's not the Kanu. Unconditional release. I never pay a fair. I will we understand that we are Biafra. That's not the Kanu said Biafra. Second, our president is there. Nonsense. To put Kanu on things, they agree in Job chapter 30. From verse 1 to 8, there. Let us start in. Very important. Because they want to so that they will separated of the colors, they kill him. They never know where. That's Job chapter 1, verse 5. Very important. To come and save all of us to have our own land. That is the creator of this world, the great world. As one of the right education, our Biafra refuse to understand that their agenda is to kill us and take our land. And you are staying there wasting your time. Don't be like a God. Go to the table. Everybody will back up, I'll back up. That is what's in that day. And the governor comes to another state. I will put your Sabbath in my room. I will find against the federal road. No, I got no federal government where you put I just shut our life. But I feel like I put on my life. This is not the threat. We have suffered enough in young people's hand. That operation must stop. That's science. Okay, when you look at the confirm of the Apogale. Nana, what time one how could you shall look? Then I don't know the Kanugo. What I can attack.
Fontana one there. Look out Fontana what time we can have going. What the fiction of Omo. Omo one got a papa. Look where. Manaka, Manori, Manafo, Manampo, yeah. Oje, amana lumu chukwu bisada mo ke mo ke ro wani daga dare.
Oh, hey Biafra, there wo. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
I can hear you, Mazi Jonathan.
There wo, Mazi, go on please. Wolite tolu.
Alright, thank you. Are you hearing me right?
Yes, the whole world is hearing you. Go on, please.
Alright, my name is Tobias Okore. I'm calling from Abakaliki Province, Biafra land. Mazi Jonathan, you know, the start of this your broadcast this night, just like that of Nnamdi Kanu. That makes Nnamdi Kanu unique. Does some of us see him like the most wisest person, because Nnamdi Kanu used to go and point out something. Start from the root. Started with FFP. I think next time, please just elaborate more on that. Hit more. Shake that foundation. Let us understand more things concerning that area, and also the way that the British managed to create the enmity between the Igbos and the rest of the so-called Nigerians. Now, my brother, this issue of divide and rule, the enmity, everybody just like to be on his own. This issue is the things that's been troubling us. It's even, you know that, man, Jonathan, that this thing, Luchelana, even in our families, individually, so, even in my family, I can use my family as an example. Some people have enough money to sponsor others to do business and others. They will just be a kind of holding it by themselves. Instead, they will just open a pipe on water, give you maybe one pipe so that if the one water is running from their side, so that they will be getting small and put to like two container. So that when the other one finish, the one that is shared to people, then you'll be using the other one for some time. Mazi Jonathan, please, I love your program. If you know how you can be able to be coming every day, I will like it most, because you are just like a step from Nnamdi Kanu. Continue with what you are doing.
Please, no comparison, please. There we just go on.
So this what I'm saying is this. Please let our people listen to Mazi Jonathan. Let us come together and understand, develop our frontal lobe, our thinking faculty, our reasoning capacity. Let it be able to accumulate others. Let us reason how collective interest. How can we work together to achieve one particular purpose? This is what we lack in Igbo land. In every family. That is my contribution this night, Mazi. You have made my day. I can sleep well this night. Thank you very much.
We must continue, please. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line, please stop listening through your radio, please. Go on, please. You're on air. Go on, please. There, Mazi, can you hear me? Call on direct line. Then go on. There,
Mazi, I'm still the same person that is calling you on the group, sir.
Okay. Mazi, can you off your radio, please? Can you get out from your radio, please? Is interfering.
please.
Okay. Okay. You know what? Number. Let me try to cram it. That's not very dense. I'll cram it. You on WhatsApp, right? You on WhatsApp, right? You on WhatsApp, right? Okay. You know what? If I finish now, I want you to send me again a message on WhatsApp, please. Just send me again a message. If I finish, I promise I will reply you. I will reply you after this program, please. I will do the needful, please. Just send me a message to remind me. I will now register your name. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. It means you are consistent. Caller on signal, Mazi. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan.
There we
good evening from here, my brother.
There we
May God bless you for the good work you are doing, and we must continue to do the needful until Biafra is being restored. Watching all that you said this night. We've heard all that you said, and we must continue to fight, because all we are doing is something that we are not going to go back. Fellow Biafra lovers of freedom, my name is Mazi. I'm from Austria. I'm by the special of Biafra. I serve the indigenous people of Biafra at IPOB Austria National Council. My brother, Jonathan, what is happening to our people is unbelievable, and our people are still repeating the same thing that has put all of us into this quagmire. And as we are preaching this gospel, if truly our people will understood when we are saying that everything we are doing is for the good of our own people, for us to be free from this enclave which the British have put our people. We are suffering, avenging all over the world like sheep without shepherd. Nnamdi can have come to organize us and make us who we are today. That we are so resolute and formidable in this quest of Biafra, which the world has seen, that we are not going to give up. That we are not going to give up. So we must continue to fight until we get what we are looking for. Because the life we are living today worth nothing. It worth nothing without Biafra. And we must continue to do this needful. We must continue to fight this fight until we get what we want. That's the thing. And you said something concerning this year, the guy that Calibanti is without PVC, don't come to my office. He's out of fear, he ran away. He ran away because if we eventually won this election, he will run away. But they have took their vote and give it to Babu. And at the end of the day, he ran away because he knew. He knows that these people can come after him. You understand? And there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do than to keep on doing what we are doing. There's nothing we can do, Mazi. To keep on preaching. To keep on preaching until Biafra is being restored, my brother. And what we are telling our people at home is that we must go back home. This killing in Lagos, or this catastrophe that the Yorubas are trying to, do to our people in Lagos, we must go back home. If we like, let's take it. If we like, let's leave it. The day they will be killing them, we will stick on it our life how to kill them. Our general group have told them many times, even Bolatan Bolo, they refuse. They believe that building other countries is more better than what they are doing today. So all we are saying is that earlier the better our people understood what we are doing, what we are saying, earlier the better for all of us. We should go back home and rebuild Biafra land. They start the people or whatever. We can do this in ourselves. And now when they kill all of us, before we begin to realize that Nigeria is not meant for all of us. You have pride in your vote, they have rigged the election and gave it to the opposite. It's the eyes of our people. You see, never see our eyes. So my brother Jonathan, this is one of our gallant women who spoke when I saw her video telling our people the best thing is to go back home. She spoke and as a gallant Biafra woman. But there's one thing I think on her message. He said, let's go back home and rebuild our places. These enemies that want to destroy us in Nigeria, they will look for us when we go. If you are right, you can be able to protect your property. When you are gone, nobody is going to protect that property anymore. And we are telling the whole world that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a peaceful contact, they have to release this man. Fulani government have to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because we are running out of patience, Mazi. May God can be my blessing watching it. We must continue to do the needful. There's no back to go.
Of
Thank
course.
you, Mazi.
There were. Thank you very much. We must continue. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Mazi Chuku, can you hear me? Yesterday, I don't know what happened. Just cut on the middle. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Of course. There we go on. Today, your voice is okay.
Are you hearing me?
The whole world is hearing you, not only me. Go on, please.
Okay. My name is Chukwu Emmanuel. I'm speaking from my location. I greet you once again, Mazi Jonathan, for all the effort you are putting in place for this long journey. Chukwu Abiyama will be your strength. I greet our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who set up this platform. Honestly, I try to understand that information is even powerful than food to eat. Because when you hear information, the truth information, like hearing Radio Biafra, or hearing the word of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is even more than food. If somebody is eating. I mean people who are human beings, not animal, as a Nigerianist. I want to go straight to what happened in the election in Lagos. And the criminals that the thugs of Chinedu that went to burn our people's business. This has been happening from time to time in Nigeria. And nobody is asking questions. Because we have no leader. What we have in Igbo land are Fulani slaves in the name of Ohaneze. I have said it time without number. Ihe Ohaneze we all. That name alone made it very clear that the Igbo has no leader. Those people supposed to dissolve immediately and look for people who will stand for Igbo race. How is it that anytime something happens in Nigeria, Igbo business will be banned and nobody will ask questions? Sometimes there was a news that some cow was killed in Abia State. I think as last year. If you hear the type of statement the Fulani made, you must. They command OKZ to pay.
And he paid, begging.
What they calculated.
He was begging and he paid immediately.
About over 8 million. They counted how many cows, how much each cow, and the goat, and the human being, whatever they counted, they put it together and told you to pay immediately. and event. The same thing happened in the way sometime, maybe last year, in so many places. My question is this: why is it that any time the Igbo market will be destroyed and everybody keep quiet? Somebody suggested today on radio that it is better to take that man that makes comments about Igbos and the Chinedu and their talk to court in Lagos. Even if you know that will not nothing come about it, if at all, let it be noted. Let it be noted that something like this will happen. And so millions of people, businesses was burned down by Chinedu and Toba. Again, one problem people have is everybody is on his own way, which is very bad. He was supposed to have a strong union, not organized in Igbo, a strong union in Lagos, in Abuja, in Kanu, in so many places. They have strong union, they market strong union, which everybody will be involved. And they have fun. If anything happens, they fight. Even though they cannot fight with the gun or whatever. They go back. No matter how, people will hear it and it be a record. Then everybody will go back and sleep. And that will be forgotten. Another day, another thing will happen to another place. It is very, very long. It is a pity by this time of hardship in Nigeria. A human being will go to the market where people are from and put it on fire. And everybody will go back to his farm. It is very bad. Honestly, it is very, very bad. The Yoruba, our leaders have done so much to bring them together so that what happened before will not happen again. There was a time Ojukwu Awolowo was released in Calabar prison after the first election was conducted in Nigeria. And the same thing that happened now happened then. It happened that Awolowo was jailed because of that problem, according to that time. And when 1966 problem happens, before we go to 1967, before the war, Ojukwu released Awolowo. Then told Awolowo to go and declare Oduduwa. He will declare Biafra. Because they have seen that Nigeria is not going to work. Then when Awolowo go to West, to Lagos, Awolowo join Yakubu Gowon to fight Biafra. And all of that happened. Today, it was Chinedu to show the same hatred. Our leaders have worked so hard to bring this union so that we break Nigeria for the future generation. Because Nigeria has nowhere to go. It was a thing that was planned so that there will be no development. All we will be hearing every day is killing, destruction. This arrangement was properly done. And the more the days is going, the more hard it will become. Let our people be reasonable by now to know that one day You who are here now, one day we leave, not to travel. It will be that you have died. And your children and unborn generation will continue suffering as a slave in the name of Nigeria. Any Igbo man or a Yoruba man who feels that Fulani have given him a position as a political party that is have a chance to steal the wealth and the future of their people. Remember, one day you will live here on earth.
The woman say.
And your children will join to suffer for what you have created. Obasanjo take gang up with Peter Obi and Yosho Wike and take them to London to sign slave contract. And this is where we are today. I have to stop here today.
Yeah, well.
I may continue another time, but I greet anybody who understands that being a Nigerian is to be a slave.
There, well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There, well.
All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra. There, well, Mazi. You are winding down slowly towards the end of the program. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on signal.
Yes, Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu. Udo dere gị nwa Chineke. Biafrans, great Biafran, udo Chukwu okike abịa ma duru unu niile. Mazi, I thank you very much for your enlightenment and your teaching. May Elohim continue strengthening you to continue doing the needful. Mazi, our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Chukwu okike abịa is our God. On this hollow platform, Radio Biafra is where we worship. Chukwu okike abịa will continue doing the needful in the heart of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He created our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and sent him to this message. And our leader came and do the needful. The God of our land, the God of our ancestors. The God of the truth, the God of honor, the God of faith, the God of trust, the God of sacrifice, the God of wisdom, the God of peace, the God of freedom. Protect our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and our DOS, who are doing the needful, and our radio presenters, we call them our professors, who are doing the needful to Kokuka Piama. All the true Biafran and our Eastern Security Network, who are protecting our area, our land, for the invader called Fulani terrorists. May Elohim give them the more strength, more knowledge, to do the needful in the name of Chukwu Okuke Abiyama. He said, Mazi, this night you said something that touched me. You know, when you talk about correctivity, about how to do things, correctivity, our people don't understand it very well. If you are missing Radio Biafra, listening Radio Biafra, you are missing a lot. This is where we teach our people, this is where we learn a lot of things. How other Western world, good country are performed very well. There is no way, no station in the whole world you can hear or hear the truth that's coming out from Radio Biafra. No way. And those who are make it possible, we call them professors. Not all the Fulani stooge in our land. When we talk about professors, we know what we learn from them. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came and selected good ones to teach us, to direct us. If our leader is not there, that is people are there, that is DOS and our leader presenters. We cannot stop listening to them because our life now is in danger. But what I want Great Biafran to Don't allow it to happen to us, to allow our enemies to determine our future. If you allow your enemies to determine your future, our own is gone. But today, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made it possible. That is why today, somebody as Igbo man can stand up and talk about Biafra. You know, our leader said told the Fulani people, you can never do me anything. I can never be a slave to Fulani people. Instead of Fulani people will be my slave. That is our leader. And the people came inside IPOB to sell and steal money. They don't know how we prepared. We are here to set the record straight. For those who hate us, Fulani people and the Western world who thinking that dividing us can give them this thing. That's why all of them joining obedient. Today, look at all of them. Now their eyes don't open. The same thing our leader said. When you serve the zoo, you come back in shame. Great Biafrans, stay firm. Never try to go back. What we want is the freedom of our people. Release our leader for us. Our leader committed no crime, no by law. I asking all the religious leaders in our land who keeping quiet since, all the bishops, now come out, speak out, and ask Fulani people, why are you holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Why? Release our leader the way their court said it. Please, we are begging all the religious leaders in our land, those thieves, you know, when we call them thieves, they are the main Yahoo we have in this country. You see, these religious leaders, all of them are really Yahoo. If police or DSS or EFCC can go around arresting all those people, they are major Yahoos. It's them. Let them come out now and speak out. You know, of course, then we don't say that we are orphan. We don't have fathers. And it's true. Nobody's speaking. Since they are kidnapped our leader now, nobody said anything. Now they don't do their selection finish. Everybody keep quiet. One thing about our people is, Mazi Jonathan, you say that we have 15 minutes memory. It's true. There is something happening last year. When Fulani people invaded our Catholic Church. Today, can anybody remember what happening that day? But immediately that thing happening that time, even all the Catholic Church in the zoo, everybody ganging up, telling people tight security, that starting searching people, church, parking this car this side, parking this side. But under 1 month, they don't forget. Everybody move ahead. Nobody remember anything again. But behold, look at IPOB. IPOB stand. What we want is freedom. We can't share anything with Nigeria. Our leaders made it possible, and we continue till we get what we want. Consistent is the key. You see the zoo, now everybody are talking about they are going to court. This is only this month. I give them only this month, everybody will go, and the life continues. Our brothers in the Western world, you know, when we lament under 1 month, everybody move ahead, forgetting what's happening. Later on, they will still come back and kill us and burn our things. Everybody should wisen up now, tighten your belt, know that the people you are dealing with don't love you. There's no way Fulani will love Igbo man. No way. So the better is we fight and separated ourselves from these people. And I ask our people, especially our leadership, why are we fearing saboteurs? But we know that all the politicians in our land is a saboteurs to us. So we should not fear them. Let the saboteurs coming up. We are going to deal with them one by one, especially these politicians. Mazi, Merohim, Breast, all the Biafran. The true Biafran who are doing the needful, especially those who are teaching us and enlightening us. This is where we learn a lot of things. Merohim, bless you, and bless all the Biafran in the name of Chukwukadia. So they don't know much.
There were. Caller on WhatsApp, you be the last caller. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you.
There were. Mazi, welcome to the program.
Yes, good evening. Just a quick one. Actually, I wrote some things for you to read on this WhatsApp
okay,
number.
I never read it, honestly, but I will check it.
Yeah, you read some and then you didn't write, get others. No. Well, the reason why actually I don't usually like to call is because you talked about collectivity, and then the best way to do collectivity is through organization, and that's where IPOB comes in. And those things I did argue what we need to be doing some practical things. I may have to give these people understanding that Nnamdi Kanu may not just be the end of this thing. It's not really the center of the gravity. I think it is. So that is my own pick. So you read that and then you see how thinking's there.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. There were. Well, this is where I'm going to switch off the phones, please. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. There is one news that also is a breaking news, latest news. Israel to introduce a bill to make it illegal to talk about Jesus Christ in the state of Israel. This is official. Even I put it on my timeline. You know, Israel, you are calling God of Israel. Oh, Jesus Christ of Israel. As a country, they are speaking. Because power belongs to man. Power belongs to them as a country. The two members of parliament, Israeli members of parliament, the Knesset, they brought up a bill to criminalize any person trying to preach about Jesus Christ in the state of Israel. So that if you do, you go to jail. Now you start asking yourself, you know, what we do here, we try to open up some cover-ups, some layers of debts that have been there for centuries that people are afraid to touch. Some illusions. You understand? Israel now is a country, they know that Rome try to bastardize their religion and bring up another thing and call it Christianity in order to, now as a country, they are fighting back. They want to even stifle any Christianity or trying to convert people to preach people, not even preach to people in their land. This thing they cannot do it in as immigrants or in Europe. But they have restored their land. They have to take hold of their land and manage their land as they want, according to their tradition. Not these things they made you to believe. These lies the Roman Empire brought. That is why, you know, they kill you as Christians. No person cares for you. You are a Christian. England brought Christianity together with Italy, but they sell you to Muslims. Can't you think Africans say can't you think deep and say, look, why are these people, they converted us, Christianized us, but they are supporting another religion to destroy us? There is something there. But emotions will not allow you to think, to reason. Emotions are beclouding your sense of reasoning. That is the worst thing that is happening to a black person. He doesn't reason more than his emotion. Before he reasons, his emotion will rise up and stifle his reasoning, and he will stop and dive into emotion. That is why you don't think critically. Enlightenment means thinking when you can think critically. When you are when you're emotional, you rise up above your emotion. You stand up, remove yourself from that emotion, and subdue the emotion and reason. That is what makes you a pure breed, a human being. That is it. Today, Israel, they are discussing about stopping this Christianity of Eden in their land. Israel, God, because you are ignorant. Roman Empire started Christianity. They just put some versions of Judaism, use it in order to confuse you, and brought out a new religion. Mentally cage you. Somebody will come and start defending Jesus. Go and call the Israeli parliament and start defending. Say, why will you stop people from preaching Jesus in Israel? And in the more case here, I don't know whether butterfly calling themselves the best. I don't know. More Christian than Pope. Saturday, we will be there. Last Saturday I was prepared, but because of the event of the Germany IPOB and the Ambazonia in Germany. Although many things happened anyway, but that was the reason. So we continue hitting it, so that we want you to reason. Come out from your emotions. That is it. We continue. Collectivity is what I talked about. If we are in a bunch, no type of people will come and be threatening us anyhow. Because they know that we are single. They have succeeded in dividing us into single. Now they can take us piecemeal. They can, people that are not even able, not supposed to, not qualified to remove the lace of our shoes. Now they talk to us anyhow. They talk to us anyhow. Because they have succeeded in thwarting everybody, dividing us into pieces. Everybody be your own side. That is the worst thing that has happened to us. And Ohaneze Ndigbo is a tool to this thwarting. They are complicit in making sure that Igbo land is being stifled or confined into 5 states. Whenever they call Igbo land, they say Southeast, 5 states. They forgot about our brothers in Kogi. What of our brothers in Igbo people in Benue? And every other part of Biafra land, both Southeast and South. It contains people, Igbo people are there, not migrants, but indigenous there. In Cross River, in Bayelsa, in rivers, everywhere. Ohaneze Ndigbo is complicit, a tool, in order to divide us more. Instead of bringing us together, no, they take money, they divide us more. Now, when you talk about Igbo land, they say, Anambra, Imo, Enugu, Ebonyi, finish. I continue saying this. Anywhere Ohaneze Ndigbo chieftain or Igbo Eze Ndigbo na Lagos or na Kanu, you see them in a gathering. They are the people that come to calm issues, to tell you that no, we live in peace and unity. Bikono, where are our young people, our young boys, Ekumeko warriors? Where are you? Iwe wa yi were ofu ma igadi ma bie ya nkolo ya adade anwo. I heard that yes, something emena ya. That when you say we keep put again, na eku na blame victims of atrocity, because that is what they are good at. Anything that happened, they will come up to calm the nerves, go at the back and take money, come and blame our people. Psychology of the oppressed. They use it in order to make you believe that they are powerful, whereas they are nothing. They are just tools in order to continue undoing us, nothing more. But they made you feel that they are powerful. They are simple stooges, agents, nothing more, nothing more. That is who they are. So we will continue resisting them. Do you understand? We resist them both physically, anyhow, and we have to relegate them to only writing on newspapers, press release, to be in a wave, only in wave. We don't say all of them will be on the run. Any place they gather and say Ohaneze Nigbo will come. You go there, any person that talks, I'm Ohaneze chieftain, he will there. That's it, because that is Ogeremechi. I'm telling you, we need to be dealing with them so that they know that we are annoyed. Did you see any of them come out in order to publicly condemn what Fani Kayode is saying? I don't mean writing press release. No. Come out to give a press statement. I mean media outlet, media statement. Physical, on camera, to warn these people, because this is tribal bigotry, direct from high-ranking officials. But when anything that happens to us, after they are to come and calm us down to blame us for the atrocity they committed against us. It's in I know na kai na-eme ya enwere ka esi eme ya. No. Ebe ọ bụla ehere ha pụtara like nke pụtara na Abulado attack, start talking rubbish. Anything like that again, anyone come out to talk, iwere mma, obere mma can do the job. Magbuo ya. Why you no be anwo? These are people we need to remove from our world so that all those things will be disbanded. We need to continue internal sanitization. I'm telling you honestly. Because they are using our people to continue caging us. We need to continue remaining in a bunch. Otherwise, we go nowhere. And that is why IPOB is here. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our tradition. Biafra is our ideology. Biafra is who we are, our identity. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still in the enemy dungeon illegally. We will continue fighting to making sure that he will be released, because it is a right. It is not a favor, no, it is a right. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet Earth. Once again, we welcome you to another explosive, exciting, expository edition of our Wednesday live presentation on this glorious platform, this Radio Biafra, on this very day, Wednesday, the 23rd of September in the year of our Most High Elohim, 2020. The time now is exactly 6 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. And I also imagine the same number of minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are domiciled or where you are living. I welcome you sincerely and wholeheartedly. Therefore, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. Radio Biafra is listened to across every time zone on the face of this very planet Earth that Chukwukikabiama created. I welcome each and every one of you, and as I do so, I will please encourage you to welcome other people as well. If you're watching or listening via Facebook, on my wall, not minding all the suppressive activities of Facebook, I would encourage you to please try and share that as much as possible. I know most of you have now found a very safe home in IPOB Community Radio. Most of you are listening via that very platform. Some are listening via our satellite, even all the way to Europe. And I know that a greater majority of our people are listening via FM 102.1, depending on where you are, in Biafra land, in Lagos, in Abuja, and also in Kanu as well. We are broadcasting this very message that our people may become sufficiently enlightened to advise themselves that continued existence of the damnable zoological republic will mean their premature termination, not just of themselves, but their communities, their villages, and also their ethnic group as well, if care is not taken. Therefore, we are here to preach this very gospel of hope of redemption, a gospel of truth, and unblemished propagation of the gospel of the restoration of the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this very earth. Without further hesitation, we are going to pray, and after we must have finished praying, then we will go on to bring to you what we have in store for you this very day, because we know that the whole world is waiting very patiently to hear this very gospel this evening. We are going to pray. I am going to pray a prayer of David. My favorite part of the Torah is the Psalms. I love them and I love praying with them. I am going to pray a prayer that I pray every blessed day of my life. It is Psalm 70. And I will pray it in the language of heaven. Some are reminding me that I have not introduced myself. I don't think that I need any further introduction, but for those who are joining us for the very first time, you're listening to the voice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet, the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth, bar none. I lead IPOB very graciously, of course. I also direct Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, but above all, and by the very special grace of the Most High whom we serve, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. Now we must pray, and I will pray in the language of heaven. Please, if you have a direct line to the Almighty in heaven, they will tell you that they are worshiping Him in this very language I'm about to pray in right now, the very oldest language on the face of this very earth, the language of the ancient people. Chineke nna nke pụrụ ime ihe niile, onye anyị na-efe wee na-akpụ isi ala nye. Chineke nna nke usu niile nke ndị agha, onye ndị Igbo na-etu ebighị ebi. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya kere ihe niile kere eke, mana o nweghị ihe ọ bụla bụ ihe kere ya. Ya onwe ya bụ onye nọ mgbe ji wee malite. Ọ bụ naanị gị bụ isi mbido, naanị gị bụ ọgwụgwụ nke ndụ mmadụ dị ndụ. Chineke nna nke ụmụ Israel, Chineke nna nke kere eri, Chineke nna nke ndị Biafra, Chineke nna onye na-adịghị agharịpụ ndị ya, onye okwu ya niile bụ ihe na amen. Anyị wee na-arịọghị eze ndị nsọ, gị onwe gị bụ onye mmụọ na mmadụ na-akpụ isi ala nye, ka ị wee mee ọsịsọ ezi Chineke na bi n'igwe, ka ị bịa zọpụta ụmụ gị bụ ndị Biafra na ndị niile bụ ndị nọ na mkpagbu n'obodo ekwensu bụ Nigeria nke mmadụ dị ndụ mere, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị na-eke obodo, ọ bụghị mmadụ dị ndụ. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị ka iwe gbatara anyị ọsọ enyemaka na ndị iro abatawo anyị n'ime ha gbụrụ anyị okirikiri, wee jide ụmụ gị wee na-ala ha n'iyi, wee jide ọbara ndị nsọ wee were ya wee na-akwafu nna nke ebere, n'ihi na o nweghị mgbe ọbụla ọ bụ uche obi gị iwere anyị wee nyefee n'aka ndị iro ndị a na-ebighị ugwu, ụmụ ekwensu, ụmụ ọchịchịrị, kama ọ bụ site na nnupụ isi anyị na mmehie anyị iwe na-ata anyị ahụhụ wee ruo n'ụbọchị nke taa, kama anyị wee na-agwa gị ezi ebube dị ngọzi n'ụwa niile na-ege anyị ntị, na anyị na-ewere ihe niile nke anyị ụwa anyị bụ wee nyefee gị na ọ gbadara aka gị nna nke ebere, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị nna nke igwe ka ihe niile ekere eke na-erubere isi. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị ezi ebube dị ngọzi ka iwe tinye ndị dị etu a n'ụzọ ihe nakwa ọgba aghara, bụ ka ha rabụ ndị na-achọgharị anyị mgbe niile, ka ha wee memile anyị, ka iwe chụghachi ndị dị etu azụ bụ Fulani Janjaweed na ndị otu ha niile, ma tinye ọgba aghara n'etiti ndị dị etu a bụ ndị chọrọ mmemila IPOB. Bịakwa ka iwe chụghachi ndị iro anyị azụ, ka ụgwọ ọlụ ndị dị etu a wee bụrụ ihere nke onwe ha, ka ha rapụ ndị na-achị anya ọchị mgbe niile, na-asịlịkwa ka ọnọdụ ha dị, kama ka anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị na-achị iru gị bụ ụmụ Chineke, bụ ndị nwe obi aṅụrị na obi ụtọ n'ime gị. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ezi ịhụnanya ebe nzọpụta gị nọ. Ọ bụ ya mere mgbe niile ka anyị na-ekwu ukwe wee na-abụ abụ wee na-eweli olu anyị elu na-asị onye nwe anyị bi n'igwe, ka anyị jaa gị mma Chineke nna bi n'igwe, ka anyị jaa gị mma ọkaka, ka anyị jaa gị mma nwanne otu onye, n'ihi na anyị bụ ụmụ ogbenye, nweghị ihe ọbụla nke anyị nwe. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị ka iwe gbatara anyị ọsọ enyemaka ọsịsọ, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke na nke pụrụ m ihe niile. Ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye enyemaka, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye nzọpụta, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Elohim Adonai El Shaddai. Biko atụfukwala mgbe dị ọsọ ezi ebube dị ngọzi, ka Biafra wee bịa, ka anyị wee jaa gị mma, wee too gị, ọbụla dị ka ndị mmụọ ozi si wee na-agba oche oze gị okirikiri na nke bred ngọzi wee na-asị na ede nsọ, ka anyị onwe anyị bụ anụkpa ahụ n'elu ụwa wee si etu a wee jaa gị mma ezi ebube dị ngọzi, ka otuto niile na nsọpụrụ niile, ịja mma niile bụrụ nke naanị gị onye nwe m, ugbu a ma ruo mgbe niile ebighị ebi, ka anyị na-arịọ gị. Ise, the language of heaven. If you pray in this very language, anything you ask for will be given to you. If your heart is clear and your mind is pure, that I can assure you. There is nothing that I pray for that I do not get. Absolutely nothing. Anything I ask for, I get it. I pray in this very language of heaven, the language of the ancients. If you want to know how to ask God for something and is granted, go and study the secrets of David. David is about the only person that knew how to speak to Elohim, and all his wishes was granted. Thank you very much. I welcome each and every one of you. All of you, wherever you are this very evening, you must get your pen and paper ready, because we are about to educate even the uneducatable. We are going to educate them this very day. We are going to speak the whole truth and nothing but the truth. A justification of everything we have been preaching from day one. I am starting today's program with that very letter that I now believe has gone viral. You know, sometimes I wonder only if we can reason properly, only if black people can reason properly and discern, only if we can read between the lines, can we then appreciate the magnitude, or should I say, the importance of this very correspondence from the very Baroness Cox, a woman that I met. I think that was last year. I went to the House of Lords and we met her, myself, and my immediate younger brother, as a matter of fact, accompanied me on that very trip, and also Solomon Ebo as well, who is our Manchester coordinator. We went to go and see Baroness Cox,
and she spoke very well, very eloquently, very grand. And we knew, or I knew immediately, that she was a woman of immense courage and integrity. And today, I believe, with the writing of this very letter to Patricia Scotland QC, who is the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, that she has justified my faith in her. She has justified my faith in her. And I wish that a lot of people can come up. Not too long ago, just a few days ago, so to speak, the U.S. ambassador made history as being the first person, not just the first woman, but the very first person to guarantee what may resemble free and fair elections in the damnable zoological republic. And now that has been followed by Baroness Cox. I don't know the influence that women are having. I wouldn't say they're inordinate, but I do welcome all of them. And we are going to analyze this very correspondence this evening to lay a very clear and unmistakable foundation as to the direction the zoo is headed and what we all need to do individually and collectively to ensure the survival of our respective ethnic groups and our respective nations that lured unceremoniously bound together in the British colonial experiment that they also christened Nigeria. Baroness Cox of the House of Lords of England, of course, of the United Kingdom, wrote to Right Honourable Patricia Scotland QC, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, whose office at Marlborough House in London is W1 Y5HX, a place I know very well, having lived there for very many years. And Baroness Cox started by saying, or by addressing her letter to Patricia. She said, "Dear Patricia, we write, we meaning herself and a few other parliamentarians in the UK, we write to highlight urgent concerns about escalating violence in Nigeria, where attacks led by Boko Haram, Fulani herders, and other Islamist militia continue in northern and central belts, with reports of increasing violence in the southeast. For the very first time, they acknowledge that there is violence being visited upon our people by the Janjaweed military, the army, and the police. You must listen very carefully in this letter, and also for the very first time coming from people that we consider to be part of the British establishment, a recognition that despite the coloration by some sections of the zoo media in terms of the description of those carrying out all these heinous attacks as Fulani herders, for the very first time they acknowledge that Fulani people are the ones killing, pillaging, maiming, and sacking towns and villages. At the risk of sounding like an ethnic bigot, which is what they often accuse me of, but the truth of the matter is that each and every of the now 7 terrorist groups in the zoo are all funded and staffed by Fulani people. And as I said, for the very first time, I know that the Foreign and Commonwealth Office will disagree with this. I know that those of them who work in their foreign missions, who get, should I say, quite a sizable chunk of bribe money from the Fulani Caliphate, will disagree with this. Anybody who is against it is in the payroll of the Janjaweed. You must understand this. For the very first time, they acknowledge that attacks from Boko Haram, of course, but from Fulani herders. They called a spade, which is why I have regard for this very letter. If not, I wouldn't have read it out. And other Islamist militia, which is also a recognition that Muslims are killing Christians in the zoological republic called Nigeria. For the very simple reason that the government, the army, the police, the customs, the navy, every paramilitary organization, every organization that bears arms in the zoological republic have all been Islamized. They are all staffed and led by Muslims from the Sahel. And they will kill for their religion. Under the cloak or cover of one Nigeria, they are now executing their master plan of conquest and forced Islamization. And I congratulate these parliamentarians in the UK for recognizing that. The reason why this letter is very important is because never, I cannot recall in the history of the Zoological Republic where parliamentarians from the UK have risen with one accord and one voice to condemn what is happening in the zoo or what their puppets, their lapdogs, the Fulanis are doing. It's never happened before. This is the very first time it's ever happened. You must listen very attentively. For the very first time also, they acknowledge Biafra. Of course, they cannot mention Biafra, they said Southeast. They know there is violence there. So all the tweeting we've been doing, all the campaigning, everything that everyone has been doing, not just us, there are a lot of people who are working very, very hard to convey this very message. And also, especially those of them from the Middle Belt, the very team led by T.Y. Danjuma, of course, that went to see them a while back. And they listened to him because he is one of them, and they believe him. And that is the main thrust of this very letter. Not thrust, but thrust, T-H-R-U-S-T. Please, I must be quoted correctly. Now, I continue with this very letter. According to a report by the UK All-Party Parliamentary Group, APPG, for International Freedom of Religion or Belief, entitled Nigeria Unfolding Genocide. Do you know the funniest thing about it? This was the same genocide that was visited upon Biafra, because if you recall many years ago when I used to pray on this very platform, I said, "Dear God in heaven, allow all those who connived and conspired with our enemies to bring evil upon your children to experience the same thing we had gone through." Anybody who is an avid listener or follower of this very platform, Radio Biafra, will understand that in times gone by, that used to be my prayer. I don't pray that prayer today because the suffering is enormous, it is too much. But now there is an acknowledgement by the powers that be in the UK, those that created the Zoological Republic, that there is unfolding genocide. Unfolding genocide. An acknowledgement from a quarter that hitherto will do everything within their powers to deny Fulani atrocity. And make no mistakes about it, all the atrocities happening in the Zoological Republic is as a result of Fulani Janjaweedism. They want to terrorize you, they want to suppress you, they want to intimidate you, they want to colonize you, they want to take over your land, and they want to annihilate you. That is the way they operate, that is who they are. And that is how they will continue to be until somebody puts a stop to them, which is exactly what we are doing. Now listen to this very report. And I want it published on my page, please, so that people can follow accordingly. I don't know what other platforms there are that this very publication, I'm sure that most of you have seen it. But the only reason why I'm having to do this analysis is because I don't think that they did justice to it. They do very well, most of them, but I don't think that they quite handled this properly. Thousands of civilians have been killed, and elements of the Nigerian government may be complicit in violence. What it means is that for the very first time also from Britain, there is an acknowledgement that Aso-Rock itself, the Fulani people in Aso-Rock, they call them the presidency, the cabal, they are part of the violence. This is something that people would now need to acknowledge and, should I say, formulate a plan that neutralizes this very governmental complicity in the spread of terrorism in a place that they call a country or a nation. Now, these MPs and House of Lords members can see very clearly. Some of us don't understand English language very well, and most of these letters are couched in what is called diplomatic speak. So you may not understand it unless you delve into it and begin to strip off all the layers of niceties. But in this very letter, they have dispensed with all of that. They have gone straight to the point. They are saying that this APC government, this government that you call Buhari, the dead man who is in Saudi Arabia, this government of Fulani Cabal, this government of Abakari, this government of Issa Funtua, this government of, what is the name again, Mamandaura, this government of the Sultan of Sokoto, of the Fulani Redentists, that they are complicit in the killing of their own people, assuming you regard the zoo Nigeria as one country.
These are people, you must understand that these are people who wouldn't normally be critical of a Fulani regime because they benefit from it. For them to come out so explicitly and boldly to condemn what is quite rightly unfolding genocide in the zoo tells you the extent of the damage that the Fulani Janjaweed has done to people in that damnable zoological republic. This very group, as their letter goes on to say, the APPG's concerns reflect the findings of a report by Amnesty International. The report is titled, "We Dried Our Tears, Addressing the Toll on Children of Northeast Nigeria's Conflict," which concludes, listen very carefully, which concludes that the Nigerian armed forces, the Nigerian army led by Buratai, have committed war crimes and crimes against humanity during their operations. They have never fought any foreign war. They have never conquered any piece of territory for the zoo. They have not done anything gallantry worthy of mention. They have not exhibited their heroics anywhere else in the world. Only, I am telling you, in the second paragraph, it says that the Nigerian government is complicit in the genocide going on in Nigeria. Third paragraph, the Nigerian army itself asking for weapons from China, asking for weapons from Czech Republic. They have committed war crimes. In other words, anybody supplying arms to the Nigerian army or Nigerian police are complicit in the genocide, or should I say the war crimes that these people are committing. Now you understand it. And you must now see the need and reason why we must resist. We must resist the zoo army. We must resist them. With the last drop of our blood, we must resist them. Because they are war criminals. That is what they do. Because they got away with crimes against humanity in the Northeast, they brought that also during their Python dance. And Britain was doing all they can to protect them. Britain knows the government, or should I say the administration of Cameron, the administration of Theresa May, and now also Boris Johnson, they are fully aware of the genocidal tendencies of Asorok. They are aware of it. They are all aware of it. But they have chosen to do nothing. Therefore, we thank these parliamentarians. They went on to say that the Nigeria's former Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Theophilus Danjuma, whom some of us have met and spoken to, says the armed forces are not neutral. They collude. You must understand. T.Y. Danjuma was the man that killed Ironsi. T.Y. Danjuma is a hater of Biafrans. I must tell you this very clearly. Maybe not anymore because they've apologized, and we accept it. But I'm telling you that this man served in the military. He was part of Arewa. They thought that they are from the north, that Arewa will welcome them, that they are part of Fulani. They never knew that Fulani had ulterior motive, that Fulani even had a plan to swallow them as well. You must listen very carefully this evening. This letter is very, very huge. Only if I know after analyzing this letter, Fulani will do what they do best. They will pump money into the UK. They will pump money into the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. They will give so much money to the British High Commissioner in Abuja. They will pump money. They will bribe every newspaper. That's what they do best. People don't understand that is what they do. The people who are signatory to this letter are those they could not bribe. I live in the UK and I've been meeting these people since 1997. I know them very well. You must listen very carefully, please. Danjuma said that the army in Nigeria is not neutral. Danjuma said they collude. Who are they colluding with? With the terrorists. That is why the army will now go and say terrorists have repented, they can now join the army. They are colluding. Therefore, when you see a military Hilux van in Asa, or Cemetery Hilux van leaving 82 Division in Enugu. You don't know if they are terrorists, you don't know if they are genuine army. Nobody knows anymore. The lines are blurred. When you see a soldier now in the zoo in Nigeria, you don't know if that soldier is there to fight terrorism or if that soldier is there to commit terrorism. You have no idea. These are the things people don't know. That is why our people must resign from the army. That is why everybody in the Middle Belt must resign from the army. That is why everybody from the West, Yoruba land, Oduduwa, must resign from the army. Because the more you are in the army, the more you are giving them credibility or this veneer of one Nigerian army, the more terrorists infiltrate the army, and the more they are using the cloak or the cover of the army to land grab, to go to your villages and kill you. From T.Y. Danjuma, a supporter of one Nigeria, someone who has benefited so much that he has an oil well, he has his own oil well. He's a multi-billionaire. He's not doing anything with money. If anybody has any vested interest in the sustenance of the Zoological Republic, Danjuma should be one of them. But he is not happy anymore, because now that very lion they've been feeding, which is Fulani Janjaweedism, is now about to consume them. That was why he said the army of Buratai is not neutral, and they collude in the ethnic cleansing. Even in the riverine states, they would not say Biafra, they say riverine. Are you listening? By Fulani headers. He insists, that is Danjuma, that villagers must defend themselves. So even our dragon flag we have raised, Britain is aware, the whole world is aware that we must defend ourselves. If you don't defend yourselves, you will be swallowed alive, you will be killed, you will be emasculated, your villages will be sacked, your communities decimated, your land taken over, and those of you who are lucky to survive, or should I say unfortunate to survive, you will become Islamized. It's here. You must defend yourselves, because depending on the armed forces will result in them dying. If you depend on Nigerian army to defend you, they are the terrorists themselves. You will die one by one. The ethnic cleansing must stop, according to this very letter to Commonwealth. I'm not sure they'll do anything. After all, Baron Scotland held the zoo will give her, if they used to give her £1 million before, they give her £5 million now. I know them, that's what they do. I know the man responsible for distributing the money. He's also a member of the House of Lords. When the time comes, I will give you complete revelation as to who these people are. I will name the consultancy firms they're using in London to bribe the lawmakers. So Fulani can slaughter all of you. You will not hear Boris Johnson condemn it. You will not hear the Foreign Office come out and say what is happening in Nigeria is wrong. They will never say it, because money is pumping in. There is free oil, free gas. As long as free oil, free gas is coming, courtesy of Fulani presidency, they have no worries. All of you can die. Now listen, continuation of this very letter. The state's failure to protect its citizens is a clear breach of its obligations under the Commonwealth Charter in respect of human rights. Now there is a wide acknowledgement that Nigerian army is not going to defend you. Instead, they will kill you, they will rape you, they will help the Fulani terrorists to take over your land. Are you listening? This is from white people that don't like Biafra. This is from white people that hate the notion of an Igbo man ever coming up in life. They don't like it. They don't want to hear it. Their hatred for Biafra is total. So anything that prompted them to say or write this is enormous. For parliamentarians in England to come up to write this, oh my goodness. That means that some of you don't even know what is going on the ground. These are people that they created Nigeria, they built it, they packaged it. They wanted it to have
should I say, undue influence in the affairs of Africa, so that Britain can control Africa through Nigeria. It's a very simple. They wrote it down. That was what in their official documents that I have seen. Britain said, we want to build a huge country in Africa that can wield influence, and through them we can control the whole of Africa. Now you can imagine. We continue. They have failed. Now they conclude by saying there is now an urgent need to ensure adequate protection and aid for those suffering the loss of family members and the destruction of their homes and livelihood, and to end impunity by ensuring that complaints related to human rights violations are promptly, independently, and impartially investigated, and those responsible are held to account after their trials. No one was held to account. When IPOB was shouting and telling you what was coming, they brought Operation Python Dance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then our Dudual friends and brethren, they were busy laughing and clapping. Some in the middle belt were busy laughing and clapping, as they used to say where we come from. They said that somebody should translate in English, please. Somebody should translate. Somebody should translate for the world to understand. Today, when IPOB was fighting Fulani Janjaweed, we were protesting, we were rallying, we were marching, telling you that death is coming. Some people in Yoruba land said, no, leave them, let's see, it's a secessionist. Until Fashoranti's daughter was slaughtered by Fulani people. Until Fulani now occupy some forest in Yoruba land. Now their eyes opened. The Middle Belt were rejoicing after they were against Biafra, they were against everything to do with Biafra and freedom, until Minyetiala got into their villages and their communities, raped their children, abducted them, dismembered them, slaughtered them, took over their land, renamed it. Then their eyes opened. That thing we saw many years ago, we are only now discovering. And I say good morning to all of you, and I welcome you with open arms. Now, we can join forces and fight this monster together. And the only thing that is making them to survive, the only thing that is sustaining this Fulani hegemony, is the stupidity of some of the Efulefus buried in all these ethnic groups, all of them. Some more than the other. I can assure you. Some more than the other, I can assure you. But we're going to deal with all of them. In conclusion, they wrote, we write therefore to ask whether you are able to respond on behalf of the Commonwealth and to raise these urgent concerns with the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group. We will be very willing to meet in person or perhaps more practically online via Zoom to discuss how we might proceed. This, as I told you about Britain and the white people, if you remember, a long time ago as well. I said, no matter how bad they are, I told you about England, no matter how bad they are, they have conscience. One day they will rise up and say that what is happening is bad, and they have done it. That's one thing about them. I told you that's one thing I admire about them. No matter how bad they are, one day they will rise up and say enough is enough. That was how they ended slavery. People went to court and argued in England that slavery was inhuman and inhumane. And they ended it. It's a country that, respects logic and reason. And now they have come to the conclusion that this cannot continue. They need a country or a nation exists to protect the people. When that state can no longer protect the people, that state loses or ceases to hold the legitimacy to be called a nation or a government. Do you understand it? If you cannot protect lives and properties, that state should not exist. That is why you have failed states. States that can no longer guarantee the safety or well-being of its citizens and their properties. That's all. Is it happening in this way? Is it because you hear the little ones that you hear because of social media? If not, you will hear nothing. The killings will continue, nobody will talk. Britain is getting oil and gas, so why bother? If America wants to decide, please, don't even go there. It's our territory, it's our area, we'll colonize them. Britain says, what are you going to teach us about Nigeria? I remember once, American diplomats were clamoring and saying that something needs to be done about Nigeria. I remember then, I saw the dispatch. Britain said to them, why are you bothered about Nigeria? We created Nigeria. They did not create Nigeria. Those black people did not. We created them. Do you know them more than us? And America kept quiet. And it's a very valid point. That Nigeria, you have a name today answering Nigerian is because Britain created you. You didn't create yourself. Let us be honest about this. All these people telling you about being patriotic, one Nigeria. I'm asking you, did you create yourself? Nigeria is about to be 60 years old. Is that correct? They said it's 60 years anniversary of Nigeria. Is that not correct? 60 years. So how about your father that is older than 60? Who is he? Or who was he? These are the things that, because we are black people, our reasoning, our mental faculties, our reasoning process doesn't extend beyond 1960. Ask yourself this question. Those of you clamoring for one Nigeria, saying Nigeria has to be one, despite all these impunities as chronicled by British parliamentarians, are you telling me that something that was created, or should I say came into formal existence in 1960 and has represented only misery? Nigeria has only meant misery, death, and ethnic cleansing, genocide. Can somebody name one good thing about this zoo in Nigeria? Nothing. Now why are you sustaining it? That is the question any logical person will ask. When you're in a marriage that is not, that is no longer, should I say, serving your interest, you leave. Is that not correct? Everywhere in the world, the essence of having one Nigeria has been defeated. There is no need for it anymore. Let people go back to where they come from before the white man came. Because by allowing Nigeria to continue to exist, what you're doing to yourself is that you are denying your heritage, your culture, who you are, and your traditions. You are saying that you don't exist. You're handing over all you are, your essence, to the British. That's what it means. You're saying you are my creator. Britain, oh Lord God Britain, you are my creator. Anything you say we should do is what we are going to do, because they created you. Remember that when God made the heavens and the earth, God gave Adam the power to name things. And God said to Adam, all these things you own, so name them according to the scriptures. Adam started naming everything. So whoever gives you a name, own you. That is why when you're a child, when you're born, they ask your mom and your dad, well, what is this baby's name? They won't go to ask any other person, and your dad will give you a name, or your mom will give you a name, or they will jointly give you a name, and that is the name you're going to bear until you become an adult. If you don't like that name, you now do a deed poll and you change it, because you are now an adult. Zoo at 60, still answering a name that nobody can actually stand up and defend. And you're telling me that you're matured? Of course you're not. Now, as always, it will take the intervention of white people to help us. It took white people to stop slavery. Blacks did not stop slavery. White people did. Britain promulgated a law banning slavery. In America, the same thing. Abraham Lincoln went to war to stop slavery. White people did something about it. All we do as black people is to lament, to complain. We never go the extra mile to put an end to what I call established injustice. It is now taking the intervention of white people in England, Baroness Cox, Lord Alton of Liverpool, Baroness Kennedy, Jim Shannon, Lord Williams, Lord Carey, Dr. Christopher Coxworth, Philip Mount Stevens, Lord Stoddart, Lord Anderson, Lord Cormac, Sir Geoffrey Nice, Ayo Adedoyin, Emilia Ochab, Melvin Thomas. In fact, do you know what I find astonishing here? At least there is an Oduduwa person here. Yoruba man's name is here. But we have Igbo, IGBO. I know that Honora, what's her name? Is it Kate Honora? She's answering from Newcastle. She's there, but she is not here. She has collected her own money from Nigeria. But at least Oduduwa is here. Ayo Adedoyin is here. Who represents the International Organization for Peace and Social Justice. We have an Igbo woman in the House of Commons. I think it's Kate Honora. I stand to be corrected. She cannot join. She has collected her own money and gone to sleep as her village is being ravaged by Fulani terrorists. That is our people for you. That is how we are. It is taking white people, to come to Africa to save Africans from themselves. The same way that U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, the U.S. ambassador in Abuja, was the one white woman responsible for the first free and fair elections in living memory. One white woman, one single white woman. Now, whites are coming to save you. Tell me why they will not feel superior to you. Tell me why they will not feel that they own you. Because without their intervention, you cannot do anything. Whereas all it would have taken for us to change things in the zoo is Middle Belt, Oduduwa and Biafra rising up and saying enough is enough. Fulani will flee. Fulani will run away overnight. If you stand up tomorrow, before Sunday, Fulani will leave everybody alone. But they come to your village and they bribe you. They're from Zurich, Yoruba Muslim Association, they give them some small change. They come to our land, they get the likes of After, the likes of that effort is the Korawasa, they give them some money, start talking rubbish. One Nigeria is our turn, we can salvage it. In fact, right now, funny enough, they no longer have anybody in the Middle Belt to go to, which is quite shocking. The people now yapping is still the same old mantra, the same old rubbish. Are those from the west and from the east. The likes of Duro Nobula, I think I read something, one rubbish they wrote about, we are not for this secession. From what? I asked them, I will look at it, seceding from what? When you hear fools talk about seceding from what? From a country that is 60 years old? When my history tells me or teaches me that my land is over 5,000 years old, how can I say, how can you be in a house? You are in a house. And you say, the son will say, Dad, I'm seceding from you. You and your dad, it's your dad that will kick you out and say, you are over 18, come on, go and look for somewhere to live. You come out and you say, Dad, I want to secede. Does that make any sense? 60-year-old nation, or should I say contraption? 60 years. How can I secede? I am older than Nigeria. How can I secede from it? My uncles are older than Nigeria. My mom was older than Nigeria before she passed on. My dad was older than Nigeria. How can I secede from something that I'm older than? I don't know where the brain of black people travels to. Only God can answer that. I'm immortal, I cannot. I want to know where the brain of black people, what informs their reasoning. Someone like Duro Noble writing garbage, writing rubbish, absolute rubbish. He claims an intellectual. Secession. They want secessionist group. Seceding because Fulani gives you money. Fulani doesn't want anybody to live because they are lazy. They cannot do anything apart from moving cattle from place to place. They need the revenue from oil and gas. It's common sense. Only if you're a fool will you not understand it. White people are coming to save you. As always. It's always the whites. End of slavery, white. It's always white people coming to save poor Africans. Always. And it's happening now and then. People without shame nor honor. This is something we can do ourselves. Rather than, let me tell Tiwa Danjuma something. This is the long way of doing it. All you people have started very well in the Middle Belt is to apologize for what you did wrong in the past. That's number one. And now you build credible alliance. Credible. The mistake that people make in Nigeria always is this. When ethnic nationalities want to build alliances,
They go back to Fulani slaves. The people that Fulani put in power, because they anticipated this time they knew was going to come. In order to preempt any outcome that will disfavor them or might appear unfavorable to their interest, they give you leaders. So if you come to Biafra land and you want to come and cut a deal as to how to deal with the Fulani people, and you have an award and you have Edwin Clark, these are their slaves, you're not going anywhere. I'm sorry to say, you're not going anywhere, you're not going to achieve your aim, you are not going to succeed. Now, what we need to do, or what people need to do, is to look for people of like minds. That is how to defeat Fulani. If you come and you're looking for the same people that are responsible for placing us where we are today, you will not make any progress. None whatsoever. Go and try and see. That is why Danjuma ran to white people to go and complain to them. Because we know as blacks, only whites can do something about our plight. How very shameful. How very shameful. That is the letter to Commonwealth, and I do pray and hope that Baroness Scotland does, look at it. She should I say, jettison every other financial consideration and give her fullest attention to this very letter. And then you see this will change, because they understand that there's only one solution. The only solution is division. They know it. As long as you are with Fulani must always try to take you over. This is something that fools will need to understand in this zoo in time to come. Once you're with them, one day, if they don't do it, their children will do it. What they think they're executing today was planned nearly 200 years ago by Ottoman Danfodio. So all of you, one Nigeria, we want to be one Nigeria. I am telling you that you are signing your death warrant. You are placing your community in jeopardy. When Azikiwe was running around talking about one Nigeria, Azikiwe never knew a time would come when there will be Operation Python Dance. A time would come when girls will be raped in Uli and cut into pieces and nothing will happen. He never knew that a time will come when Ebonyi State, when we'll be struggling with Mietial as to who owns Ebonyi State. He never knew that a time would come when Fulani Janjaweed will impose a governor in Imo State. He never knew. He was fighting for one Nigeria, one big Nigeria, Pan-Africanism and all that garbage. He never knew, or he was unable to fathom the consequences. And here we are. This generation is now living with those consequences, trying to correct it, and it's very expensive and it's very costly. These are the things you ought to know. Anytime you see any idiot, any fool, regardless of his or her presumed education or degree of enlightenment or exposure, I am telling you that person is a compound idiot. I will challenge any nonentity to debate me anytime, any day. As I keep telling you, if you last, God in heaven is my witness. If you debate me and you last for 2 minutes in that very debate, I will know that I shouldn't be doing Biafra or agitating for Biafra. Nigeria is 60 years old. How old is your grandfather? Most of you listening, how old is your grandfather? Now, ask yourself this: what was your grandfather's country before Nigeria came into existence? And that is how I always start, and they run away. That is before you come. I won't even let you to get to all that nonsense about I am in Nigeria, patriotism and all that garbage. I ask you one simple question: how old is Nigeria? You tell me. Then I used to debate with my friends. They said, "No, Nigeria is 40 this year." About 20 years ago. I say, okay, how old is your mom? Your mom is 45. So what was the nationality of your mother before Nigeria came into existence? And they start scratching their heads. But it is God and all the rest of it. I said, if it is God, then why do you answer Nigeria? Why is your name Nigeria? Why is it not that thing that your ancestors answered before the white man came? To truly reflect that your land came about as a result of fusion of common value system, which is what determines if a country should stand or not. Common value system, and they know it. But the thing in this is that none of their professors will ever delve into it. Never.
And you see these zoo animals, they will scurry away with their tail between their back legs. Useless people that didn't go to school. They think that having degrees means you are educated. Of course you're not. Who created Nigeria? A man and a woman, mortal flesh. And I ask you, who